Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Ow, my cat's meowing at me. I hope you enjoyed that cask intro, or should I say Papa Me. Elaine, hello, Shippy, hello, Shadow, hello, Raider. Happy days. Meow. 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 What's y'all better? What's y'all better? My cat's being silly. My cat's being silly. Alright. How's DK? Hello. Okay, so I think I have most of the stuff prepped. Let me close the things that are extra. Okay. We're gonna start in the hub because we have a commission. Damn. I came back good. Yay! I'm glad it came back good. I hope we get a little treat for that. I hope we get a listen. It's what I've had and like as recognizable. My treat is watching you. Oh, you're just so sweet. Thank you. We're gonna be doing a little bit of commission work. And then we're gonna get into No, I'm Not a Human. I'm very excited. I actually found out about it I want to say 3 months ago, because I was like hype about it and I really wanted Wendigoon to try to play it because he was like into horror games and stuff. But we're here now and we're gonna play it. Can't believe it popped off. I'm not really happy that it popped off the way that it did. Ooh. Oh, my eye itches. Oh, I hope everyone's having a good day, though. Okay, so this one will be the blue, and then the pupils are this color. And then this one. Hello! Hello, Pesto! Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. No. Dirty Diana. I gotta go. Oh my god. Well, thank you for checking in. It means a lot to me that you would at least check in. Thank you. I need the dailies. No, valid. Go do the dailies. Go do the dailies. And everyone's stream, not just my stream. Hello, Pixels. Maybe today will be the day. Who knows? Maybe Shadow took all the horsemen. I also don't know. I'm trying to decide how I want to do the outfit. Let me grab Buster's reference really quick. Also, okay, chat. Hi, Buster! If I made my logo, ignore all these other ones. Ignore them. If I just made my logo this, would you guys see that it's me? It's me. Hey, how you doing, Buster? I'm gonna turn on your comm before we get into games. I tried a horseman for a Grim Reaper. I think he's only gotten one Grim Reaper. Gonna chew on the logo. Cool. Because I sent it to Andrea, and she was like, the OG. And I was like, valid. Because I had other ones. I was kind of thinking about this one. Because it's like got my lashes. And it's Retsuko vibes. The anime Retsuko, which is very similar to that. But when you zoom out, Andrea was like, but when you zoom out, you don't get as many of the details. So I was like, fucking fair. So if you see my logo in places, it will be this. It was originally this. So it had like my braid. Hello. Just the person I was talking about. It was originally this, but because my hair, the braid isn't as important. The star is a bit important, so I might think about incorporating it somewhere. What if I put it on the forehead? Wait, what do you guys think about this? Hold on. No. Okay, hold on, wait. What do you think of this? This is not an erase layer. Erase. I'd have to center it. There you go. So you're working on a sock puppet? I am! That is what I'm working on today. I wanted to get that done before I did anything else today because I thought that would be a nice warm-up to stream. I forgot I have OBS open and I scared myself with my own voice. Oh! That's valid. I don't know if I want this star. I kind of want a star, but it's like... this star. Oops. Oops. Damn, BLT really cucking you here, huh? And maybe we scoot this up a little bit. Makes me look like the Antichrist, though, huh? I think it's kind of cool, though. I don't know. Anywho. Agree. Alright, let's get to sketching. Alright. I'm gonna do it with the mouth closed form because it's a jacket, so it should be. Wait, you bumped it up to 4 pulls? It's 6 pulls! There's 6 now! You can pull 6 times now. I need this. Goobs? Yo goobers? 6. Yesterday? I did that yesterday? Two days ago, I think? Yeah. But all of you have to stay with me longer so you can get all the pulls.
Lizard.
Lizard. Oh, you want to spam it? I don't know why it's not doing it multiple times. Hold on.
Lizard. Lizard.
There you go. And this part, and then this part. And then I want to make this a bit more. I'll curve it a bit more when I get to the line art. And we gotta do the other side, which will be like this. I think this actually needs to be... I hope everyone's having a lovely day. I love you guys very much. And then let's do the centerpiece. What's the matter, Momo? It's hard because you don't have like shoulders. For revealing outfits, it's hard because it's like based off the body. So I was supposed to sleep like 4.5 hours ago, but I decided to watch Arrival and I loved it so much. Fuck yeah, I'm glad you liked it. What was that about? Was it a movie? Is it a show? I'd love to hear more. Like this. Every night. I'm actually gonna bring this up more. And that way, the inner lines... Well, I only have one of them, I think, because I can match the... around. Yeah, Pixels figured out figure out a trade system for the Pulse. It's a film about aliens initiating first contact. It's valid. Hey, listen, I'll allow on October 31st, if you guys haven't gotten it, if you want to, I will allow a textual agreement if you want. And you can, in chat, agree that you trade, and I'll give you guys the Halloween hats. If you want. It's a film about... Oh, hi. There we go. First contact. Fuck yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Was it like a exciting... Like, was it like a thriller? I'm trying to think how I want to do this. And then we want to break the curve. Break curve. Break curve. And then put this on top. Sci-fi thriller, but more sci-fi, I would say. No, that's valid. Break curve. Momo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then this one goes here. Here. And then I'll turn the sketch off for a second. And there we go. Yep, yeah, that girl. Bonka 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 bonk. Bonka 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 bonk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. See, this song proves that I can. Also, I realized these are at the wrong. These should be lower. This one a little bit higher. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. I'm very excited to play. No, I'm not a human, dude. Like, I kind of know what it's about, but, like, I don't know how the gameplay works. I've shielded myself from watching any other, like, streamers play it. Because Wendigoon and Papa Me played it, and they posted it on their Patreon, and I really want to watch it. But luckily for me, 2 things. I am not subscribed to their Patreon. I just follow it, so I can't watch it. And 2, my brain is thinking very slowly because I'm trying to line up this line. I wanted to play it on stream, so, you know, I had to shield myself. But I might watch it after today. Maybe someone else has uploaded it somewhere, so I can watch it. Major spoilers, you play the game by interacting with your input. Whoa! Really? Oh, that's crazy no way! Who would have thunk it? Oh my gosh. I don't know if I can handle that, guys. I don't know. That sounds a little too scary for me. Your heart in a headlock. I don't know, guys. It seems a little scary. How am I gonna handle that? Andrea was just trying to look out for us. No, Kyle could have. That would have a very different meaning in cyberpunk. Oh yeah, it would. Something about the day you should have died. Too late to stop, got your heart in your hand. Don't believe any of it. Too late to stop with your heart in a headlock. Moira's having zoomy time right now. Got your heart in a headlock. I don't believe any of it. Headlock. Better than this. Been hiding, and you look half dead half the time. Wanna train you. Okay, I think that's good. And then all I gotta do is take this guy, put it here, take it here, put it in here. Look half dead half the time. Wanna train you like machines do. And to finish this color game for okay, I'm too lazy. You could do a little prize at the end. You could give yourself a little prize at the end. You're like, if I do this, I get to have X. That's how I motivate myself a lot of times. I'm like, if I do this, like for me today, if I do this commission, I get to play. I want to give it little eyelashes, I think. Have I given other sock babies eyelashes? I think I have. Let me look. Put your heart in a headlock. You don't believe any of it. Should've hold me. It's getting cold. I guess I'll look at the PNGs. Alright, so though, what about like some boba? Could do some boba. Or some a food. Boba. Or yeah, I did do eyelashes. Cool. I don't know, you could do like a movie. Or a game. Damn. It's like long and out. Poor Pixels. Listen, Pixels. I'm sorry. Hey, come home. I need you to hold me, 'cause it's getting cold. And I reward myself. Myself with strong 0 because I've been wanting to try that. Fuck yeah! I don't know what that is. Is that a game? Is that a game? But yeah. If that's motivating for you, then I'd say do it. Also, I fucked up. A little gap. There you go. Oh, there's a little gap here too. Oh my goodness. I do the lips. Someone has lips, don't they? I gave someone lips. Yes, I gave Nexi lips. I gave Nokobi lips too. Nokobi has the ones I like. Hold on. Nokobi. It's alcohol? That wasn't any of the things that I thought, but fair game. Fair game. Yeah, reward yourself. Hard work deserves... hard work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Body, baby, love me the same. we go. And I'm just gonna scoot this one a little bit. And then same color as eyeballs, I think. Yes. And no. There we go. Oh, baby, I'm a wreck when I'm without you. Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay, there we go. Lying at the lake. Oop, I need to turn off the sketch. Boop. Oop. What's happening here? There we go. Sock Baby Buster 2. And then Sock Baby Buster 1. And then I will make it into a GIF, because I always make them into GIFs for the thing. Easy GIF. Have it, oh baby, I am a wreck when I'm without you. Need you here to stay. All on my own that day I found you. Lying at the lake. I haven't done a sock puppet in so long. That was fun. Maybe I should make a sock puppet 2.0 or something. I think I like making beans of people. Speaking of making beans of people, I gotta... Oh, I didn't export that one right. I gotta make beans of no bog for next month's. Because they're expensive here at $10 USD a bottle, while retailing at like $3. That's crazy. Well, yeah, well... Get yourself a drink. Oh, what the fuck? What happened to the other eyelashes? I lost him. Okay, I'll just reapply them. That one on. Yeah, like Arizona's around $5. $5? $5 for an Arizona green tea? What? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Absolute scammage. Yes! They're scamming you. What the fuck? At that point, I just imported them for you. Sock Baby Buster. On that day I found you. For the commission. Upload file. 1, save. Upload file 2, save. Upload file, downloads. This one, save. Add an image. This one, submit. Do later. Had to say goodbye. Alright, you guys ready? Are you guys ready? I low-key want the Lemon Strong Zero, but that's like $15. I'm so sorry. Listen. Oh shit! Shadow, thank you so much for subbing with Prime Gaming! Thank you for 8 months! Holy shit. Thank you so much. Fucking appreciate you, dude. You're amazing, and I'm very grateful that you're my friend, and that I get to play games with you when I am not busy. Ooh, I needed that open. Andrea, I think, listen. I think if money allots, I think if you get your color grading done, you should allot yourself a drink, but if you do, I don't know if there's any more work after that. But if you have any more work you can do after that, like you go a little bit above and beyond, I'd say treat yourself to that as well. Or that instead, you know? Also, Did you guys know this? I don't know if I'm allowed to stream this, but I kind of don't care because it should be public knowledge. So, Uwu Market is the main market for VTubers to get merchandise made into physical products, right? And I found out they have two routes. They have the route 1 where they have an affiliate program where they affiliate with VTubers. I think most times they give them art and like essentially they help the creator make merch, right? And the art's mostly hosted by them. But then there's the other side where if their affiliate slots are all taken up, they give a higher priority to these people, but you can get merch packages, which guarantees you a merch collection. That's fair, but I think I only need to grade it. Okay, fair. Well, then you could save the fancy bottle for another project you want to do, you know? I found out that you can pay to get merch collections. So this first one here, let me get my pointer up. So this first one here is essentially you get someone else to do the art and then you get to select it and stuff like that. Then there's the creator package where they can supply the art and then you can pick the merch collection that you want. And then there's the enterprise package where they can also supply stuff, but then you get even more stuff you can make, like the premium stuff, like the Dakimarus, the plushies, I think slippers and kimonos. And I thought that's very interesting. I didn't know that they could do it like that, but it makes sense. It's like a more bona fide way for creators to because affiliates don't always get merch. I think there's like a chance they'll get merch, but it depends on how they have a list. They have a list of people, right? And so I was thinking someday I'm going to save up, and I think I'll do this one because I like this one, this package, because then I could hire an artist I like to do the art and then go from there, you know? And I think that'd be nice. Right now, the only art I do have a few pieces that we could do. But actually, no, I don't. I paid for a commercial for this art, but I don't remember if physical merch is allowed, but I'll have to ask the artist. But there are a few pieces of art that I have paid for commercial for, this being one of them. I think this could look cool on a shirt or something. But I think I'd want a more shirt-specific maybe art. I have a few others. I just don't remember which ones they are. But yeah, I thought that would be cool. It'd be cool to do something like that someday. But yeah. Because I signed up for their affiliate program and they're like, we're full. I was like, okay. Okay, that's fine. They're like, but you can buy a package. And I was like, I don't have money, but I'd like to save up to do that in the future. Because that would be cool, but also expensive. So, you know. He's still on hiatus, right? Or is that not a thing anymore? He doesn't say he's on hiatus anymore. Okay, well, ooh. Forgot to write a comment on this video. Y'all like, oh god, I'm not typing. Y'all like metal? Okay. I didn't mean to like my own video. That was silly. I'm sorry. Close. Okay, I'm gonna change this then. So this has to go out soon. As the world as the world cares how it's you that I lie with. I actually don't think he has a blue sky, so I'm just gonna do it like this, and like this, and then we're good. Something cool? Tell me! I want to know what happened. What did you do? Or what happened for you, to you, around you? Why you tell me I'll get shut up. Oh, you got me. I'm sorry, you got me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but kind of not sorry. I was thinking of something, but then I forgot. Nope, I remember. Position, game, chillin'. My ISP up, my internet speed. Nice! Nice! For free? For free? For free? For free? That's nice. For free! Oh, very nice. Oh my god, dude. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to talk about this. The art that they had for this update, the art that they have right here for this update is a reference to The Thing, which is really cool. Sorry, just had to put that out there. But I'm glad you got it for free. I love free internet upgrades. I think our internet did that once. I wouldn't be surprised if they were upping the price at the same time. Play. I'm gonna hide Momo and So Young because they're gonna be spooked. They're gonna be spooked. I don't want them to be spooked. Good lord. Okay. This is a very quiet game. Okay. I wasn't expecting it to be so quiet. Oh, that's because I wasn't in it. Okay. Okay. I want to do, like, the game filter thing. I also need to turn off my mouse. Boop. Okay. Not that guy. Window. No, I'm not a human. Turn on the gaming noises. Okay. New game. Raw, loud jump scare. Raw! Okay. Images that are like this chunky are like always so or crispy or like pixelated. Okay, aren't you tired of staying at home? Sorry, I didn't read the beginning part. Yeah, I remember. Dude, pixelated art like this makes me or not art, but or like just this kind of grainy effect. We went to the beach. There's a dead body on the beach. Yeah, we're getting ready for all that. Well, pause. Okay, we'll pause. Sorry. I forgot to. This is how I do things. Hello. Big gamer screen. Where are you? There we go. Okay, cool. Sorry. There you go. She doesn't want to go, but what can you do, right? Are we moving? Ew. Alright, I'll drop by later tonight. Okay. Talk to you later. Bye. Bye! Bye! Are we moving? Oh my god. What a stylized door. Oh my goodness. I like the wood grain on this door a lot. Okay. Oh, I didn't know we'd have this much control. Space. Hey neighbor, long time no see. How's life? Fine. So let me be level with you. I came over for a reason. I've been getting a little worried about you. Something real bad seems to be headed our way. I just got the phone with my cousin. She told me the news is saying something weird is going on with the sun. It also said there are people coming up from underground. They're calling them visitors for whatever reason. Creepy stuff, huh? I sure hope it's not true. What's happening with the sun? Either it's gonna explode or something's gonna explode. Not totally sure. All I know is something's wrong with it. I'm sure you noticed the summer's been the hottest one ever, right? I think we need to prepare ourselves for the worst. My cousin told me that being home alone is dangerous. So I came over to make sure you don't end up hurt or worse. How are your wife and daughter holding up? Don't worry about my family. A good friend of mine is staying with us right now. He's looking after them while I'm here. Great. Let's continue the conversation in the morning then. I'll see you in the kitchen when you wake up. See you in the morning. In my kitchen? In my kitchen? JPEG compression hits different. It does. Like, it's very interesting. It feels like they did that for all of the textures in this game. Like, they took a picture and then they JPEG compressed it, which is really interesting. Like, I really like this. It's, like, stylized but different. I have no smokes. Is that my wife? I use the phone? I can't use the phone. The closet? Better not go there right now. I'll check during the day. A skinny dog is standing on the footpath that runs through the field. It looks around mournfully, perhaps trying to find some food. Can we give it food? Also, this game is like loud as fuck for me, but it is not that loud for you guys. Okay. Just gonna turn it up for you guys a little bit. Okay. Continue. I like the Your neighbor's house stands alone in the hayfield. There's no light in the windows. Looks like his family is asleep. Why is he gonna meet me at my kitchen, though? Are we friends like that? Kombucha? Save the game. This save persists after your current playthrough ends. My favorite drink makes me feel good. It clears my head. It reminds me of better times. Kombucha tastes like ass, brother. There's a bathroom. It's the hall. Okay. It's my bed. I guess. Can I look out the window? Nope, I don't look that way. Not anymore. Why not? I hate sleeping by the nightstand. Too many bad memories. What's wrong with the nightstand? And some people love eating ass. Breaking news! At 6:28 today, there was a powerful emission from of energy from the sun. The burst of energy was far larger than scientists had predicted, and as a result, temperature outside have reached critical levels. The government has since declared a state of emergency. We ask that viewers refrain from going outside during the day. Up next, something lighter. Nope, I don't look that way. TV? You see ballerinas dancing gracefully across the strain in strong but delicate leaps. Despite the elegance, the dance evokes anxious thoughts. If only someone could just explain what's going on. Oh yeah, kind of ignoring it's not really helping. I guess we'll leave now. The guy said he'd be in my kitchen. Oh, my hall? Oh, what's this? Toto, pretty much the only toy I had as a kid. Anything else? Anything else in here? Remember the cross. Don't get why it's not in the corner. I thought that was the rule. Then again, Dad never gave a damn about rules. Was this like our family home? Office. This is very interesting. I like this. Honestly, I'm better off being alone. Oh. One of those magazines where you gotta find a certain person in the crowd. Oh! One of the BRB normal I know why problem. Must be annoying. Wish people would just leave me alone already. It's where's Waldo? That's what it is. Beer Day 1. Is the dog still there? Maybe I'll go blind. Oh, I can't look cause it's too the sun. The sun. He said back then, when I'm gone, you decide if you want to open that box or not. Been deciding for 15 years, still can't make up my mind. Open it. Open it. I hate it when characters don't open stuff. Oh, it's like our bathroom. A very small bathroom. Window to another room. People used to do that to save electricity so the light from one room spills into another. Then they sealed it up, but only on one side. Interesting. Oh, okay. Alright. Time to go to my kitchen, I guess. Wait, storage room? Oh, no, yeah. This was with the boxes. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Hey, neighbor. It's really weird you're making. Damn. So it's true after all. Well, then everything I said makes sense. Don't go outside during the day, and you have to remember to let other people in. Why would I let strangers into my house? I know you prefer to keep your distance from people, but you have to. My cousin don't know why for sure. My cousin doesn't know for sure why we can't just bunker down by ourselves. But she mentions that if anyone comes and asks if you're alone, say no and tell them someone's in the house with you. Why do I need to have other people with me? The people you let inside might bring something useful or share some interesting information. Hi, Fruit! Just don't forget to test them for signs of being a visitor. You won't have much energy during the day with this heat. So choose who you want to test carefully. You'll have to take a real close look. It's strenuous, draining work. But don't worry about chatting with people. They won't take up any energy. So talk as much as you'd like. And be sure to look out your windows. TV's great and all, but there's no better source of info than your own two eyes. What do we need to do? I'm afraid all we can do is try and survive. You're playing my— oh, you like this game? Oh my god. I heard about this game a little bit. Like, it's kind of like a you have to find the imposters kind of thing, like a few months ago, and then I shielded my eyes because I wanted to play it. So I'm going in kind of blind and hope the nightmare ends soon. I'm sure the government will help us somehow. Maybe they'll lead everyone to shelter or something like that. If they do, stick together with me and my family. Alright, that's it from me. Alright, almost forgot. I'm headed back home tomorrow night. Write my number down. Just set up, write down my number. They just set up the line over there. 43800. Oh, god damn it. I gotta write this down, don't I? I've watched so many playthroughs. Is there an end to the game? Or I guess, does it have endings? Hold on. I gotta write this down just in case the game doesn't write it down for me. Okay. Alright, hold on. Nay. 4380003. Okay. Okay. You don't have to write down. It'll all be above your phone. Oh, thank God. Okay, now that's really it. Crack a beer and get some sleep. I just woke up. By the way, I brought you a case of beer. My brother-in-law works at the brewery. Knock one back before you hit the sack. It'll make you feel real sleepy if you ever feel like you've had enough conversation for me. Drink a beer and relax. Bobber. World's gone to shit, but a cold beer still hits right. Okay, I have two energies. What's this poster? Loneliness and isolation. Let's see this time of day. Oh, there it is. Okay. Also, there is an end. Multiple ends, actually. Okay, interesting. We'll see if we can finish it before Dragonlance then. Okay, I guess this is it for today. And beer sure made me sleepy. I should go to bed. Oh, we just got. Oh, well, I guess we have to do it though, right? Because we need to be awake at night. Hold on, I actually want to try something with the effects. Old film effect, landscape, analog, glitch, volume window. I don't think it's that one. It's this one, posterized effect. I too will be like this game. Okay, that makes me really crunchy. Oh, BLT. There we go. I think that's pretty good. Also, warning, the computer is how you save. And it's a... I knew it! With how it worded it, it felt like it was a one-time use. Do I look like I'm in the game now? Okay, this guy really doesn't want to look out that window. Okay. Fuck yeah. In the distance, you spy the house of your neighbor who's currently visiting you. Light blazes through the window, and it seems like his family is waiting for him to come back home. Makes sense. Will you stop knocking on the door? I'm doing shit. Better not go there right now and check during the day. Alright. Why is humanity being questioned? Hello, who? Hello, hungry Canadian! Because it's always. Hi. Is my daddy here? Can you get him for me? I was okay before, but I'm really scared now. There are a lot of strange people out here tonight. I don't know her dad's name. I know a lot about him. He's my daddy after all. Okay, I think I need to turn down the poster effect just a little bit. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, it bugs me a little bit. A little bit. There we go. I know that he likes to drink a little beer before he goes out, hee hee. When he does go out, he always leaves me yummy lunch and dinner and juice. But today, I tried some of that beer stuff. Blech, it was so gross. Why would anyone drink that? They could just have juice. Ugh, mood, sister, mood. Oh, please don't tell him I did that. Are you afraid of the visitors? I don't know. Everyone's afraid of them, so maybe I should be too. I've never seen one before. Are they scary? Do they hit you hard? If so, maybe my friend from school is a visitor. He punches me all the time. Oh, poor baby. They told me to be careful, so I was super careful. I tiptoed over here real quiet. No one saw me. I'll get your dad for you. Good luck. Thanks, you too. I want to go home. It's scary out here. We're gonna play a new game Daddy made up for me. You have to roll dice. And then you move stuff around like the armchair or the couch. You have to build a big pile near the door to win. I'll show you how to play another time. Bye. If you have a question, I can try to help, by the way, like about mechanics and stuff, because a lot of people have struggle sometimes. Fuck yeah, thank you. I'll appreciate it. The child has a face of a 30-year-old burnout man. Yep. Can I come in? I was taking shelter at the bar down the road, but he's so tall, they kicked me out just like that. Why? I guess not everyone there is fond of my personality, particularly palatable. But I don't mean anyone any harm, don't worry. Life is shitty sometimes, you know? So what do you say, my good man? Can I come in? I mean, just looks like the guy's down on his luck. I don't see anything super wrong. You sure you won't make any trouble? What do you consider trouble? Murder and violence disgust me to my core, but I won't suffer the trespasses of others either. I like good food and drink. I enjoy chat when I'm in the mood. Does that sound like trouble to you? He looks like he has extra joints in his arms. Oh, he does. Like, he has his elbows here, but then something's like up here. Why'd they kick you out of the previous shelter? I considered saying something rude just now, but thought better of it. Told you already, someone there doesn't like me. God knows whose it was. Now that I think about it, maybe it's a good thing they tossed me out. They could have eaten me alive back there and no one would have fucking noticed. I'm gonna let him in, cause he just seems like a guy. Love you, hot dog. I love you, Mio. I hope you had a good nap. Thank you. Trust in people doesn't amount to a hill of beans these days. But I appreciate your trust in me. Perhaps I even... Well, no, I shouldn't promise anything. Okay, hold on. Where's he staying, though? Where is he staying? Is he staying in my room? Better not be staying in my room. Okay, he's not in my room. Okay, I ate some, and now I'm gonna swim around. Mwah, have fun. Mwah! Have fun. Have a good swim. Hello? Sorry to bother you up so late. It was just so hot today, and the TV said we shouldn't go outside in the sun, so could you, maybe find some space for me? How'd you end up here? It's not like I wanted to come out. The asphalt may be melting into goo under our feet, but it could be worse. Well, you're gonna laugh. Visitors came into my house. Can you believe it? They chased me out of my own home. So now I'm just trying to find a place to hide from the sun. I don't know. You were in pretty close proximity with them ghosts. Or the visitors. They stay in all the rooms throughout the house. You can see them in the morning. Oh, okay. So now I'm just trying to find a place to hide from the sun. What do you think will happen? I don't know. Will I survive? Who will help me? How much time do I have to look for help? I have no idea what's going to happen. Like I could even guess. Doesn't all of this scare you? It terrifies me. I'll be lenient. I'll be lenient with my first two people. Oh, there's more. Okay. Hey, hello. I guess if that's better. It was like your place. I mean your house, sir. Are you looking for someone? Nah, I just need to crash for a bit for something. I'm sick of hiding in basements. Kept this up and I'll probably forget how to talk soon. Not that you care. What are you doing hiding out in basements? I'm traveling, I guess. Want to see the world, different places. Maybe I'll find a new home somewhere. But I'm broke, so there's either making deals for a room or sneaking into basements. Whatever, that's life. Sometimes you just run through total jerks, though. So, try anything creepy and I'll punch your freaking lights out. I think, you know, fair game. Come on in. You're good. You're good. You know what? You all can stay. You all seem like a good bunch. Let's get some sleep. Let's get some sleep. Good afternoon. Here's the news. The sun's activity rises steadily as crime levels also reach a new high. According to the recent data, the number of murders over the last few nights has surpassed average figures. Experts suspect this is relatively related to social's ever-growing anxiety surrounding the visitors. And now, over to just a moment. Our studio has just received an urgent transmission regarding contact with phenomenon we are calling the visitors. Eyewitness account describes them as creatures that can imitate appearances and human behaviors. Avoid contact at all costs. In one case, a visitor will be able to identify with one telltale sign. Perfect white teeth. Our earlier reports seem to back this up. Sources say they encountered an unhoused person with the perfect teeth, who later turned out to be the visitor. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave the house during the day. Up next, more weather update, but first, a message from our sponsors. Okay, so teeth. Hello, I'm a flesh-eating monster. Can I come into your house? Elaine says, I like your honesty. You're probably fine. Come on. Hey, you know. Listen, I kick him out now, you know? Hello, tall man. Yes. Was there something you wanted? Why'd they throw you at the bar? I blame the chain of catastrophe that broke everyone's mind. The sun teetering on the brink of explosion, the arrival of visitors, the economic crisis, and so on and so forth. It's all fucked up. Some crumbled under the stress, some dove headfirst into the bottle. Me? Well, it was rage that drove me mad. I snapped, climbed into the bar. Watch the commercials, okay. Climbed onto the bar and screamed, stop fucking blaming everything but yourselves. Let them weep, I say. Tears in the beer foam. Don't ruin the pint. Malt and hops taste better with salt. Nobody appreciates it, so why bother? I mean, he just seems like a dude. Alright, let me go back to watch the commercials. I don't know, you could watch the commercials. For Rest. Buying groceries used to mean trudging down to the store. But with For Rest, you can get everything you need just by picking up the phone. Just call 589-577 and your groceries will be delivered to your door within 1 day. For Rest, delicious relaxation right at home. Any more? Good afternoon. Here's the weather forecast. A warm front is pushing into our region, bringing with it a heat that will likely break all previous records. This guy's got a big nose. Meteorologists tell us to expect even higher temperatures over the week. With the sun's increased activity, we can also expect stronger UV rays. For your safety, please abstain from sunbathing. As high temperatures could also significantly increase the risk of sunstroke. It's not known for certain at this stage whether being in the sun alone can negatively affect our health. But to prevent third-degree burns, please refrain from venturing outside. Fortunately, sunscreen of all factors will no longer protect you. That's the latest for now. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, cool. You can't click on it anymore after. Hey, girly pop. Ugh, I'm sick of all this. Why are you out there on your own? Well, home was cramped, loud as hell, zero comfort. I wanted out, wanted to see the world. So yeah, I grabbed a backpack and a couple of sodas, some snack bars, and this old friendship bracelet I made back in school. And I left. Parents probably didn't even notice. Not that I care. Since then, I just wander around, crash wherever I can, and honestly, been fine so far. And at least nobody's on my back, and I'm my own damn boss. Fair game. Fair game, sister. No one's in my office. Good. You in the fucking closet, lady? Yeah, check myself. No, I'm good. I'm good. I should call my neighbor. I'll call my neighbor. 438003. Call. Neighbor! Hey neighbor, good to hear from you. So, you let a couple people in yet? If not, then you really should start thinking about it. Got any questions? Yeah, I have to. My daughter really doesn't like it, but what can I do? There's no other way. She keeps begging me to take her outside just to get away from all the strangers in the house. But daytime's not an option, so we go for walks at night. Dangerous, I know, but what else can I do? Not that. Got any questions? How many signs does it take to tell if someone's a visitor? If only I knew. Nobody really knows how to make signs how many signs it takes to make sure. I'd say it's probably best not to jump to conclusions, though. Maybe they just went to the dentist before everything went to hell. Got any questions? Got lucky, stocked on food. Okay. I got the number, so I will call them for food. Hello, you've reached Hello, you've reached for Rest Food Delivery. Would you like to place an order? One can of coffee, please. Thank you. Your order has been accepted. Please expect your delivery tomorrow night. Okay. Because I think I have enough beer. Alright. Fucking, why are you in the closet, you goob? I hope this all ends soon. How did you lose your house? I remember like yesterday. I just gotten fired. All I wanted was to go home, climb into bed, and cry my eyes out. But then I got there, I saw a bunch of boots. I thought maybe my roommate had some friends over, you know, or something. So I went up to her room to find out what she was up to. But I closer, I started hearing strange sounds. Kind of freaked me out, but I decided to take a peek quiet like and see what was going on there. I was only able to catch a brief glimpse of the roommates lying motionless on the bed when suddenly some grubby guy grabbed me from behind and said, "You can't go in there. She's not well. Come have a seat in the kitchen." Then he quickly pulled me away and sat me down at the table. I wanted to leave, but I was paralyzed by fear. Then he lied down. My stomach is doing somersaults. I need to test you. Teeth. Give me your teeth. Can't really remember being at the dentist. Was I even ever there? I'm not gonna lie, I miss having those ones.
I'm eating a Costco Late XD.
Yay! You're eating a Costco me! I love you, Quits. Thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months. Mwah! Thank you. Love you. Those guys got perfect teeth. Pull out the gun. I'm a visitor? How? How can it be? Oh my god, I was chased out of my home, fired from my job, and now I'm gonna run out of my own head? You're out. Went to the hospital last week because of my back, I think. How much did I spend? You need to get out of my house, man. Get out of my house. Get out of my house. Get out of my house. Wait, can you cover my eyes? Do you have some kind of... No. Get out of my house! Oh, good lord. Love ya. Costco holidays so good. They do. Well, I didn't get to check anyone else's teeth. But... I think that's okay. I'm tired anyway. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I'm coming. There's a dead lady in the closet, though. Just letting you know. Hi. For rest delivery here. Have a good day. I mean, right. Still not used to that. Okay. Yo, how's it hanging? Dude, you even see how gnarly things out there? What the hell is going on? But be for real with me, dude. What did I miss? What the fuck? What do you mean? The sun is flaring up and burning people alive during the day. Creatures that look like humans are crawling out of the ground. This one's kind of more. No freaking way. Bro, I saw that movie. The one with the bald dude. So we all gotta spend a team of badass astronaut heroes to the sun, right? Boom. Rocket launch. Means you go to stop the world from ending as a go. Radical, dude. Oh, and team has to be 4 people. That's like totally golden survival number. Do you really have no idea what's happening out there? Sure, man. It's a mess out here. People talking shit on their fellow man. Harsh and mellows with all this doom and gloom. After all that stuff on the news, the vibes are like way off, dude. But movies, man, they got all. Drama, betrayal, intrigue. That's way more fun than books, bro. Always wanted to end up in a movie someday. Come on in! Come on. I like souls. Oh, hello. You've been seeing this fucking shit going on fucking Among Us. He's got an Among Us shirt. I don't like it. I don't think. You holding up okay in there, bro? What's been going on exactly? I'm here to offer you new possibilities, bro. Respect the vision. Everyone's running around like chicken ass bitches instead of doing what comes pure natural. They all... His teeth are fucked up. His teeth are kind of fucked. I don't think they're perfect teeth. Y'all just need to be happy is what I'm saying for real. Let's hear it. Dying ain't part of the plan, bro. You gotta hustle while you have the opportunity. Fuck the sun. Time to rise and grind, you feel me? He didn't have good teeth. He didn't have good teeth, I don't think. Fuck yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Finally, someone with half a brain. Hello? The heat doesn't bother me. I'm just looking for a quiet place to rest. Might I find some peace in your home? How long have you been looking? I've never once found peace. So, a long time. Take off your jacket. No, you don't have to let me in. I'll leave. I won't beg. I won't bother you any longer. It is really weird that you have a jacket on. I'm gonna be honest. But maybe you got past trauma shit? But I already have like 6... You know what? Sure. I don't even know what the bad thing... The ceiling's a bit low. Wow, now I regret it. Is there a downside to letting this many people in my home? Probably. I'm gonna die. Smells like someone died tonight. Good afternoon, here's the news. Hold on. The anomalous heat is continuing to rise, and the invasion of visitors has shown no signs of slowing. As such, the government has founded a new organization to address the emerging situation. The federal FEMA employees can be identified by their yellow hazmat suits and gas masks. Merely days since their founding, the agency has already discovered new ways to identify visitors. Dirt under the fingernails. Specialists say that this is a sign to help identify visitors who have crawled out from under the ground. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave the house during the day. Next up, Chrysler report regarding a pale maniac, but first, some ads. Gotta watch the ads. Tumor, trouble, and suffering, and all because of the visitors. But in our hour of need, just as our cries were about to be left unanswered, hi King Joffrey, FEMA has come to our aid. These brave heroes from the FEMA are protecting us from the visitors' invasion. So far, the agency has identified over 27,000 dangerous anomalies. Remember, you can help the agency by informing them about your suspicious activity around you. To do so, just hand suspects a notice slip to have them visit FEMA. And if you ever start to wonder whether you might be a visitor, call our hotline 000-451. Okay, cool. Reports say a pale maniac has appeared on the streets of the city. From various testimonies, police have learned that his victims all had one thing in common. They were alone. Additionally, the maniac likes to talk to the victims before committing their vicious murder. Police have assembled a sketchbook of the killer from eyewitness accounts. The suspect is a very pale, middle-aged man with black hair. He is of slender build and wears a single pair of pants. Wears a single pair. Hi, Shaylor. Welcome in. Well, doesn't everybody wear a single pair of pants? Further reports have added that he sometimes also wears the skin of a different person. This information has not been confirmed. If you see this man, do not open your door. Do not tell him that you are alone. That is all for now. Okay. Hello. Hey man. Yes, was there something you wanted? Are things any better here? I don't bother anyone anymore. It's not worth it. But when I hear voices on the TV or overhear conversation, a light flickers in my head. And I stop myself. It's too much work for no gratification. Thinking means he only wears pants? Oh, got it. No, I'm done. These nerves of mine are already shot to hell and back. Life was dreary enough before all this, and now, one day, I'll hang from the chandelier over the whole baptized world. Poor guy. If only there was a little warmth. You're keeping the jacket on? Yes, there's one thought that frightens me. What happens if I take it off? If I can't get warm, even in the heat? If I remove the jacket, could I die from the cold? Or worse, remain alive and feel even colder? Hi, Lid! Aren't you so you don't shower? Are you so you don't shower? I miss you too. Have a good rest of your work, Quest. Love you. I'm not going to answer that question. Sorry. I have other questions. This. Can we on the check-in? Oh, okay. I can't do the other one. Maybe for the check-ins, everyone. No one's in my office. Okay, in the kitchen. What happened to the girl? Sup? What'd you do before the cataclysm? Oh, I'm glad you asked, bro. You ever heard of sport betting? What are you, a scammer? Come on, don't call me that. I'm a fucking analyst, man. If you knew how much cash crossed these palms, you'd be straight drooling, bro. I don't really like you. So how much did you make? How'd I put this? I made 30 fucking mil in debt. Sure, but debt's got... Oh my god, dude. Okay, what happened to the girl? Where's the girl? I don't think anyone drinks hot coffee. Anybody have pets? I've been no-lifing arc raiders. Understandable. Oh, okay, so we took care of the body. Where'd the girl go, though? Yeah, dude. I think I'm okay. So, dude. What are you doing before the cataclysm? Oh, bro, I was just chilling. You know, watching flicks, hanging with the homies. The girl is dead, Elaine. That is what the trash bags are. Is that for the girl I shot? Or is the trash bags for the girl that was in there? But now, no more movies. No more hangouts. Real bummer, dude. TV just loops the same thing. Panic commercials, panic commercial, panic commercial. My homies don't even pick up anymore. Heard some big shots saying, now it's not the time for fun. This is a crisis. Man, screw that. Bore. Fun never ends in Fun Town. Booyah. Okay, cool. These are all very well lived in characters. So do I call FEMA? The girl that was in there? Fuck! Damn it. There's a visitor in here. I need to test you. Let me see your hands. I need to test you. Give me your teeth. You got pretty good teeth. Wait, can I drink the coffee? Can I drink the coffee so I can have more energy? Oh, but I'm out of energy. I need to order more coffee. 5, 8, 9, 5, 7, 7. Force a time if you select a place around, please try calling again another time. Think. Fuck! Let's go! Ooh, a 10 watch streak. Guys, I think I died. I think I fucked up. I used all my energy. It's family day. That's rough. Oh, I should call my neighbor. Neighbor! There's a visitor in my home and I don't know what to do. 438003. What? Oh, I forgot to, okay, I'm gonna call FEMA. I wanna know what they got going on. You just pressed 9 and not 3. God damn it. 438003. Hey neighbor. Saw what happened out there? Those teenagers got killed. I thought the streets weren't that dangerous. Guess I was wrong. My daughter talked me into going to play again. It doesn't seem too bad until I saw the bodies. That's the last time I risked her life like that. God, I'll never forget myself when something happens to her. She's like my whole world. Is your daughter okay? I don't know. With all those weeds, I'm hoping she didn't notice. But back home, she said she saw a face in the grass. Trying to convince her it was only her imagination, but she's not really biting it. It's a pale thing, tall thing. I thought it only killed people who stay inside. I thought I had it under control. Figured if I ever saw that silhouette, we head straight back home. But I don't think about what else she might see. Be careful. Okay, time to call FEMA. I'm gonna get familiar with everybody. Hello, this is FEMA Medical Division. We are now able to provide consultation services regarding official visitor screening procedures. Please state your question. Should I know about the teeth sign? For accurate testing, we recommend avoiding tobacco products. Smoking may affect the condition of teeth, leading to unreliable results. What should I know about the nail sign? To ensure proper reading of your visitor status, please refrain from washing your hands before examination. Water may remove surface residue, which could lead to errors or false results. Please state your question. Okay. I think someone else is gonna die tonight. I didn't kill anybody today. How many knights are there? Is there a lot of knights in this game? Oh wait, I'm gonna look at the window. There's a small FEMA employee standing. There's a small group of FEMA standing at your neighbor's house. I wonder what they're talking about. Maybe they're taking a soil sample or looking for somewhere to set up base. Imagine I could just report them to FEMA instead of gunning them. Hi, Tin. The charred husk of teenagers' bodies are lying on the ground. It looks like they've been there all day. 2 FEMA employees are standing next to the bodies and writing something down. It's a good thing they showed up to take away the corpses. You had to think what kind of disease could spread if the decaying flesh was left out there to rot. How you doing, Tin? I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh. Sorry, my VTube studio's lagging. It's annoying me. VTube studio, stop lagging, bruh. VTube Studios lagging. Are you human? I'm a human. But I don't know if the people that I've let into my home are human. I think I fucked up and I don't think they're human. I'm resetting my face tracking. Maybe it's lagging because of that. Maybe it's vitamins. Sorry, hold on. Exit. Vitamins. It is vitamins. Cool. Pale man, beloved. Beloved? He's killing people! We cannot let this man in our home. This man is a danger to us all. Okay. Howdy. What do you want? Spacious house you got yourself here. I like it. I don't need anything from you. No, you don't. So, you alone? No, I'm not alone. I hear someone whispering inside. Who knows where they'll be in a few days. Fucking would? I would not. I would not. I see your humble abode is a father's out here, child. I believe it'll suit me just fine. Suit you for what? Lord have mercy, am I speaking plainly, am I not? For hiding away, my child, I wish to stay here. And since we're speaking on the matter, allow me to inquire as to your amenities. Do you have holy icons, I assume? I also require complete science, repair, and contemplation. If I were you in this situation, I'd recognize short stack goth girl. It's science, that's valid. Why is my stuff is like lagging hard? Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna restart VTube Studio. Cause it's pissing me off, this shit. Shit's pissing me off, chat. This isn't a hotel. Oh, thank heavens, I would never have figured that out had you not informed me. I simply try to find out if your hovel is worthy of my humble self. I cannot abide filth. Is that so much to ask, child? You should leave. So that's how it is then. You turn away a poor old woman in need. Don't look at my eyes. There we go. My death will weigh heavy on your soul, child. Oh, Lord will judge you for the base camera. Mark my words. Shut the fuck up, bro. You took me for a fucking hotel, man. That's annoying. I don't like you, old lady. Yes. Yeah, what's up? Okay, I will be right back, chat. 2 seconds. I have returned. Oh my god. Oh, Fruitbat, you also have 7 out of 8. Let me get to the bean box, cause then you get to be in the honorable mentions for now. Hello, Rhino. All right, let's get back into it. So if I already fucked up this playthrough, I've already fucked up. Oh, wait, am I not green? Hold on. I don't think am I green? I am green. There we go. And this and this. Okay. Okay. Hello? So we meet again. Remember the things were a bit different last time we crossed paths, yet we remain alive. No, people can die, won't end playthrough, okay. Strange thing. I don't know how to explain it. I started a conversation with divination. Tell my fortune by choosing a page in this book. Where should I open to? Just open it in the middle. Who are you? Me? I am I. You were home. Yes, tragic story indeed. Is that what awaits us? It's quite possible. What does it mean? I need to think it through carefully. Do you have any insights to offer? Anyway, I only came here to tell you something. Events will begin to unfold. You need to be ready. It may sound strange, but the cat must enter. I cannot yet explain how, yet I am certain it will help you. You can choose what you do with this information, of course. As for me, I'll go have a ponder on the deeper meaning of your divination. Cat, huh? Cat, huh? Sorry to whoever dies in my home, because I didn't shoot anybody tonight. My bad. Ah, fuck. Oh, I have 4 now. Good afternoon. Here's the news. FEMA has taken new measurements to address the ongoing visitor invasion. As of now, they have organized quarantine zones to detain potentially dangerous suspects. FEMA has also identified a new visitor sign after experimenting with those detained. Blood red eyes. According to the reports, FEMA discovered this sign after observing detained visitors, noting the creatures have increased photosensitivity, causing their eyes to become inflamed and red. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave the house during the day. Next up, a report on FEMA. But first, a word from our sponsors. Okay, hold on. I just want to do a thing because I should have done this earlier, but I forgot. It's not this one. I'm gonna make the blind box smaller. I'm going to corner. There you go. On all. Can I test it? Lay me down in this early grave. No, okay, I just made it smaller. Okay. Oh wait, I forgot. I need to watch the news. Once upon a time, 2 brothers lived near a dam. The daily splashing of water made the river foam like crisp beverage on a summer day. Later in life, the image of their childhood in mind, the 2 brothers started Bobber brewing together. Since Bobber Kearney has become one of the best-selling beers both at home and in bars. Bobber Kearney beer, drink the good stuff, drink a lot. Now available through okay. I can't read. FEMA, what is it and why was it formed? I can't read. The FEMA is a special government service that was formed to ease the emerging crisis. They're helping to address the many problems caused by visitor invasions. It's not known for sure what exactly the agency is working on, but we can say with confidence that our fate is in reliable hands. The agency is made up of experts in various fields, including many distinguished scientists and noted researchers. If a FEMA employee appears on your doorstep, we recommend to cooperate and follow their instructions. Remember, help us help you. Hi, Cat! Sorry about yesterday. Support FEMA enjoying the fight against visitors. I was like, after my stream, I saw that you were streaming, and I was like, oh my god, I should go into their stream. And then I came at the end. It didn't even, because I was on mobile, it wasn't telling me. I think it's because I came after you did it. Because I came after you were raiding out, it didn't show me that you were raiding out. But I'll be sure to stop by more. Thanks. We're playing, No, I'm Not a Human. Yo, dog. So what did you do for work? Only suckers work. Oh, okay. So you're living off your parents? Why hustle, dude? I got it all figured out. Not using what's already got. How are you? I'm good. This game is rigged. I'm sorry. Hold on. Yeah, same as you. Okay. We can't check that guy for red eyes because he's a doobie smoker, man. Okay. Debt collectors? Fuck you mean debt collectors. Look, debts are fucking canceled, bro. The sun took care of that shit. The banks aren't exactly doing shit. Probably never will again. Which means I'm free as a fucking bird, but the grind never ends, boys. Betting is so cooked, I gotta think of something new. Something better. I'm gonna stroke of luck for you, seriously? Man, come on. You're really gonna talk like me? I had it all. This is a lot of reading, sorry. Ugh, okay. Double or nothing every time. No sweat, bitch. But now I have a fresh start, for real. By the way, I figured out my new hustle. Want the lowdown? Let's hear it. Look, Fima's really calling the shots now, aight? We need to, like, kiss a little ass, you know? I'm thinking if we hand the chumps over to them on the regular, they might let us into one of their tight-ass bunkers. You feel me? You think Fima will save you? Damn, bro. The winds change ain't blowing your crusty... Anyway, we gotta figure out who's in charge and stick with him. It's the winning strap, bro. You feel me? So we gotta get good with Fima. Tong the ring. Shut the fuck up. This guy's weird. We need sus. The good guys for real. Maybe you're right. Of course I'm right. I got the 6 out for hustling, bro. Trust, you can't lose if you stick with me. Well, you were in debt before you came to my house, so I don't exactly believe you. Whiskcraft. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for... No! 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 Not the tall guy! I liked him! He was just kind of sad. Any ideas on what to do about your temperature? I don't want to choose that. A hot bath only burns me. I don't feel any warmer. You know, I thought of a metaphor. Thank you for the check-in. Picture deep space, vast and frozen. Galaxies are born, stars collapse, and I just observe. I never feel the heat of the sun or the warmth of the embrace. It seems neither space nor society need me. Okay. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Welcome on in. Okay. Man, I don't like you. I test you. Let me see your hands. I tore them all off. Thank you for the head pat. I test you. Let me see your eyeballs. At least my flesh as one was trying. As a man? Oh, I'm sorry. I still don't like him. Oh, man, I don't like him. Okay, I have two bits left. 2 bits left, which means it's... Hey, man, I need to test you. Sense your teeth? Okay, you're good. You're good. I love you, dude. I'm sorry, man, for testing you. You have any more coffee? No, okay. I'll call my neighbor. I want to shoot the cold, man. Hey, neighbor. Thanks for calling. Honestly, I'm still shaken up by all this. The murders, the soldiers, FEMA. They even showed up at my door last night. It's okay. No one ever seems to realize he's a dude. I deny they're valid. Asked about the people staying here. Scribbled something on the tablet. And then one of them took someone out of my house. Good thing they didn't take it. No way in hell. I'm never letting over my dead body. If those bastards so much as lay a finger on, I'll tear them apart. Or they take your tenant. Hell if I know. They said it was for test. I thought all the soldiers and government officials would fix things. Should have known better than to think they'd help us or get us to a safe place. Okay. Son, visitors, now FEMA. So many questions and not a single damn answer. Neighbor, I need to ask something of you. Something happens to me. Promise you'll look after my... I promise I'll take care of her. Okay, 589577. I need an order of stuff. Bruh. Okay, wait, I need to call FEMA. If I call once a day, they'll surely know I'm a good guy. Then if I stop calling, they'll come check on me. Teeth, eyes, I want to know. For accurate screening, please avoid coffee and caffeine. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna check this guy one more time. I need to test you. I need to test your eyes. Yo. Yo, your balls are weird, bro. Misidentify a visitor. Fuck! It's the cold guy, isn't it? It's the cold guy, isn't it? I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I don't want to play anymore. I'm ooped. Good evening. I'm from FEMA. We're making house calls around your neighborhood, checking with residents. Are you alone? No, of course not. My squad split up a few smaller groups so we could cover more ground. It shouldn't take much of your time. Why are you in protective? Should we be wearing that too? No, but you could buy some if it would help make you feel safer. We're still in the process of studying the sun's effect on the environment. It's important for us to be careful since we're spending so much time outside. Does FEMA have a plan of action? Of course, but we can't action our plans without proof. So we'll take one of the people staying here back to our laboratory. We'll have them complete a few tests so we can make sure everything's above board. Then we'll send them back. Do I need a pack? Is this your house? Then no. Stay with the other residents. If you need to evacuate, we'll let you know. We'll just take one person and be on our way. Have a good night. Yes! They took Cold Guy! All I got left is Doobie Man. Oh, shit. You know, stop fidgeting and stand still. Oh, no! It's a mother and a child! Hello, could you please help us? What happened? I'm exhausted. I just want a place to sleep. I have 5 kids. Not this one. Now this one's the only one left. I was disappeared too. I don't know if he's dead or if he abandoned us, but now I just want to lie down and pass out for a few days. Where did your other kids go? I don't know. Maybe their father took them. I want to go to his house, but I just don't have the strength anymore. Sure, we fought a lot, but it's hard not to when you live with someone who acts like a complete asshole. Forget him. Look, the most important thing to me now is finding my kids. Okay. Come on, get a move on. Pick your spot. We'll be out of here by tomorrow, I promise. Everyone in this game looks like they've seen some shit. Yeah, so currently, like, the sun is about to explode. Oh, he's holding someone's decapitated head in a helmet. It's the head of a soldier. Very cool. You're not sure what's scared him more, the pale visitor or his own impending death. Yep, and there are visitors that like to kill people, so that's very cool. Your neighbor's house. He just painted white, is now charred blacker than black. It seems like the fire is so blazing even now. Could someone have burnt it down on purpose? What happened to your neighbor's family? Is anyone still alive? Worried thoughts swirl in your head, and you overcome with a feeling of incomprehension and helplessness. Oh, fuck. Pale visitor, my beloved. Freak! It's okay. You can have him. Hi. Let me in. What happened? They killed my dad. Who did it? Visitors that came to the house, they were sitting with us. Daddy was talking to them about something and then they killed them. No, our house is on fire. Come on. Yeah, come on in. I just saw that you were right. That's why he's telling me to check out. That's why your dad told me to check out the houses, because, yeah. She's got a cat. Hi. You open or not? Do you know the bald man? Many questions. Yes, I know. How will help you? Who are you? I dance ballet. Someone send you here? No, I don't understand. Why matter? Prove that you're a person. 2 arm, 2 leg, 1 head. Not enough for you? Did I pass it as you open? Gotta let the cat in. The bald guy said to let the cat in. And somebody will die tonight, probably. But I wanted the cat. And I probably, if I bring the lady in, we're not, you know, we could kill the lady, but not the cat. Good afternoon. You're watching the news. Due to sharp increase in suspect visitor sightings, FEMA has announced that it is enacting new protection measures. Effective immediately, a full quarantine will be enforced across all major population areas. Travel outside your city or to nearby villages is strictly prohibited. Please stay within your designated area. In addition, FEMA has revealed a new visitor identification procedure, hairless armpits. FEMA reports that visitors have no visible hair in this area, making it a useful identification tool. The agency is asking citizens to bear with the test and comply with escorts to quarantine zones. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave your house during the day. Next up, a report on what you can do if you spot a visitor. Okay. FEMA says the visitor phenomenon may be infectious or pose a thus far undisclosed biological threat. For this reason, it's critical to report any potential visitors and isolate them immediately. If you can't hand over a visitor to the quarantine zone right away, issue them a special request to appear before FEMA. During the next collection round, an employee will take anyone in who has this paper for examination. That is all for now. Alright, I didn't hear anybody die. It's stuffy in here. You okay? How's the kid? Oh, he's tired, like me. He's shy around new people too, so he's being extra clingy. Kids struggle to handle stuff like this. They might not complain, but you can see it written on their faces. Sometimes I feel like it's my fault dragging them into all this, but it's too late to change any of that now. I don't suspect you. What the actual fuck knuckles? Oh, I can like put them down here, I presume. I didn't know I had like a cellar. Okay. Kitty! Kitty. Can I pick him up? Can I pick up the kitty? I love you! I love the kitty! Look at you! Okay, I'm sorry. I'll bet you one more time. I love you, kitty. I love you. Oh my god. So if I call my neighbor, he's not gonna answer, right? Call. Yeah. I put it in right that time. Can I order more food? One jar of kombucha, 2 cans of cat food. 2 cans of cat food, please. The cat's more important to me than anything else. Hey, man. No, I think I'm good. So, dude, something wrong? Dude, where are your movies? I got like 0 tapes in here. Do you even watch anything? Like, I'm dying of boredom here, man. I don't have any. Whoa, man, you can't be serious. No way. Are you? You are serious. You got a TV in your room, dude, and you ain't got any movies? Party sucks. I thought you'd be cool. Are you here to party or to survive? Come on, man. My TV back home's hella toasted, dude. I was hoping you'd save me from dying of total boredom, but no. You're like such a buzzkill, man. You need to calm down if you want to survive. If you don't like it here, you can leave. Chillax, dude. The place totally sucks, but it's better than being out on the streets. Just at least let me watch some TV, man. Come on. If you want to. There's no one gonna be in it. Can I open that box? Can I open this box? I feel like we should open that box. The cat uncovered the cellar? Oh, okay. Hey, oh, my mommy. Tell me what happened. I don't know. They came in and started talking, and Dad said they were wrong. That they said, oh. Okay, just rest for now. Oh, poor girl. Hi, Silent. Kitty is there. What more you need? Why are you here? What a dumb question. You open the door, ask yourself what for. What am I for? It's all the same to you. Place is place. Said go here, so went here. I don't want anything. Nothing. Not you. What matters is keep place comfy for Kitty. The rest, who care? I feel so bad for the kid. I do too. I want a hot dog. I want to see your nails. Hands. Kitty. Here's this kitty is live, lucky kitty. I make large pain in hand and ass. I think she's creepy, but I don't think there's anything wrong with her per se. I'm just gonna test the family because I have plenty of energy. Let's see the eyes. They have pretty normal eyes. Test one more time. I want to see armpits. Alright, you're good. I'm gonna test this guy just one more time. Armpits. Ew, bro. You're just disgusting. You are just gross. I've seen that crackhead before IRL. Okay. I think that's it. I don't think we really have anything else. Kitty, hold on, I'm petting the cat. I can't, he's sleeping. I love you. Good evening. I'm with FEMA, running a routine inspection in your neighborhood. Don't worry, it won't take long. What about the last inspection? The results were inconclusive. To study the sun's effect more thoroughly, we need to take someone else from your household. Fine. If there's no other way, don't worry. The procedures are demanding, yes, but we allow them time to rest. Once the tests are done, we'll tell you what to do next. If you are unable to immediately transfer a suspected visitor to a quarantine zone, issue a mandatory appearance slip. Okay, cool. Yeah, they released it like last week. You fucking go away. Go away. So you're still holed up here, I see. What do you think of that guy, the one in the suit? I don't know how I feel about him. Why feel at all? Everything's been decided for us. A blessing, wouldn't you say? You don't have nipples. Or do you want to fix it all by yourself? Can't do anything. Yes, I know. What can one person do in the face of disaster? Cosmic calamity, death. So, you alone? I'm not alone. Still scrambling to survive in this new world, are we? Why? Dogs rule the world now, and only dogs survive here. You understand what I mean, yes? Things will never go back to the way they were. Life changed. You're falling out of rhythm. Next time we meet, things will be interesting. I'm never gonna be alone in my house, though, dog. Wonderful. The cat's with you. What to do with the one who brought it is for you to decide. Why'd you ask me to let someone with a cat in my home? A powerful entity awaits the cat's approach. It is thanks to she that my eyes reach far, but I do not see all. One thing is yet clear, though. Something wicked this way comes. You cannot halt it. Perhaps they'll mention it on the radio. Will you listen? What's gonna happen? I can't say more. I've already said too much. Treat this as a device if you wish. For 2 days, yonder, testing for 2 days, yonder, testing portends doom. What does the word portend mean? When I first came here, I felt something strange. Now the feeling has subsided somewhat. I think we are on the right path. I hope to see you again soon. Okay, bye. I love that cat. Hi, for rest delivery, man. Thank you. Good night. Good night. You gotta move where you get. Don't test anyone for 2 days? Okay. Hello there, dearie. Walking all the way really took it out of me to tell you. Might I pop in for a rest? When you choose to walk away all the way, how long were you walking? Heh, what really constitutes a long walk anyway? Take yourself. You're at home, yet how many steps have you taken here? Have you been walking for a long time? You must have been, surely. But I've marched through more decades than you have had hot dinners. That's the difference between you and I, dearie. You could have just kept walking. Why'd you stop here? If you want to get rid of someone, you gotta give them the female nomas. Okay, that's valid. Love the voice. Thanks. Thanks. I did it with Sally Face, and then I tried to do it with Fran Bow, but there was like a lot of words, so I kind of gave up on that one. And then Misfortune, we did Little Misfortune last, 2 weeks ago, and that one had voice acting in it, so rest it up. Have you got wigs in those ears, dearie? I'm tired of walking. Here, I'd have a chance to catch my breath and maybe have a nice chatter. That's enough for an old lady like me. You tell me something and I'll spin you a yarn in return. Share and share alike. And maybe with these old bones. Yeah, come on in, Grandma. Hi, Star. Thank you, dearie. I can tell you'll be a very entertaining host, and maybe I'll find out what's been going on around here. I have a cat. You wanna... There's a cat. We have a cat. Oh, old people like cats, right? Hello? Are you alive in there? Mind letting me in? You're seeing Halo comic in your server? Smile. Why don't you knock your own damn head instead? Don't bang on my door. Hey now. Grandma, your eye is missing. She might just... She's old, you know? She might have had a war thing. Didn't mean to wake you. Ain't been sleeping a wink myself. Used to be a grave digger, you know? Not that there's much point in it now. Graves don't mean nothing no more. People just kneel over and rot where they fall. Did you see something out there? Sure did, damn it. I was digging a grave. One some fellow ordered. Standing there watching me work. I was digging and digging, then bam, the shovel hit something. Thought it was a rock, and but no, a hand reached up out of the soil. It was a visitor crawling out of the ground. That guy, he just laughed. Ran like hell, didn't look back. Didn't dare go home. Figured it's safer in a crowd. Yeah, come on in. You're just doing your job. Just be quick. That door, right? I'm terrified those visitors might be right behind me. I don't see no one. I don't see no one. I get the... I just heard a heh. Children's Day. Oh, I should look out the windows. You're looking at the ruins of your neighbor's house. A happy family lived there until recently. Now only a ghostly shell remains. That was ghastly, wasn't it? A strange feeling overwhelms you, as if you knew this was coming. As if death was coming to that house. Oh, so very... Oh, shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Teeny! Well, thank you so much. Thank you for gifting a sub to Spooky Fox, AbresterBot, Cat, Cartel, Penny Scentless, Zodiacs VT, Haritoki Yashimoto, King Joffrey 1, Devouring Eye, Guccio99, and Chan Cha Chan VT. Thank you! Mwah! I appreciate you, homie. I hope you're feeling good, doing good. We're playing, No, I'm Not a Human, so I hope you can enjoy. As if death was coming to that house very soon. Yes, everybody who got a gift, please say thank you. Please say thank you. Teeny leaves our lights on. Teeny helps us keep our lights on here. You see a human skull decorated at a stake, still wearing a helmet. Its skin's been burnt black, and it looks like someone has yanked its teeth out. The head must have been out there all day. You can't shake the feeling that this grisly display is a threat, probably left by that creepy pale visitor. Thank you, Teddy. We love you. Hope you're doing well in this spooky season. Love you, homie. Love you, Teddy. Let me give you a shout out really quick. Guys, go follow Teeny if you haven't. They're amazing. We love them. We did a video on them the other week, and they're just amazing. Just honestly, great vibes all around. We love them very, very much. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy as we try to suss out. Someone died! Damn it. Emergency broadcast. Wildfires are now sweeping across the forested regions. Experts believe abnormally high solar activities is to blame. While the full scale of the disaster remains unclear, fire crews from nearby cities have been deployed to contain a blaze. Despite the fires, visitors continue to terrorize the nation. FEMA has announced a new identity sign to aid the public in their fight against the visitors. Aura film photography. Dark patches appearing on a captured image is a strong indicator that the Oh! Stay calm and remain indoors during daylight hours. Up next, a word from our sponsors. I don't have a camera. Orogram. Each day spotting visitors getting harder and harder. Signs aid the search, but did you ever find yourself wanting a foolproof way? Introducing our new revolutioning aura sensor photographic film. Newscaster person, your eyes are kind of big. I know, right? Big and beautiful. It exposes the soul's energy, allowing you at home to discern a human from a hostile visitor. Take a photo, and if you see black patches, you found a visitor. Now science time. I'm doing okay, just dealing with a lot for the past 2 weeks, but I'm hanging in there. Thank you for the shout out and everything you do. Of course, Teeny. Thank you for everything that you do for our community. I appreciate you a lot. And if you ever need a friend to talk to, you have me on Discord, so feel free to message me anytime if you need anything. You do have one, technically. It will give you an option to take a photo. Okay. He won't stop you. Feel the drive. With Energeika, you're alive. Wow. An invigorating energy drink that quenches your thirst faster and more effectively than water. Now available from For Rest Delivery. Order at 589-577. Likewise, homies, love to hang out sometime or plan something fun. Yeah, definitely. November's the time. Kitty! Kitty, I want to pet you, Kitty. Feed the cat some canned food. Here you go. Oh, good kitty. Good kitty. His little face is hard to read, but you're pretty sure he's happy. You have a strange feeling you can sleep peacefully tonight. Feels like your furry friend has shared one of his lives with you as to say thanks. Who knows, maybe death will pass your home by tonight. What? Seems like he actually likes it. It's not as grumpy as you thought at first. Looks like it's starting to get used to you. I want to pick him up. I love you. I love you, kitty. I love you, kitty. You're so cute. Thank you, kitty. And we give you a pet to say thank you. We'll give you a pet to say thank you. Hey, man. So, dude. Something wrong? Looks like the conversation is over. Okay, he doesn't want to talk to me today. Should be no one in here. Are they in here still? Where's your kid? Didn't you have a kid with you? Huh? He's still around, probably just wandered off somewhere. You know where my other kids went. Do you have a phone? I could call their father. I don't have to see his ugly mug again. Okay, hold on. Did the kid... I have fucked up? Ooh, okay, I fucked up a little bit. Oh dearie, I'm getting old. Where are you from? City board I am, dearie. Had me a little hut in a high rise. Now we cottage in the country, no crumbly old husband or grandbabies to speak of. So I'd sit myself down on a bench most days, could feel a bit of life there, you see, and oh, things I'd hear. When all this hogwash started, well, I didn't like it anymore. How can you feel life when everybody around you is dropping like blooming flies? Step into the stairwell and there's always some poor soul lying there covered with white cloth. Heavens, it's enough to make you wish yourself gone rather than keep watching such sorrow. So off I popped, toddled off looking for a place where there's still stories to hear, life to feel. And looky, your faith led me straight to your door, dearie. Now I'm no church What the fuck? Oh, I'm no church goer, but in times like these, well, feels like heaven itself guided my steps. Okay, Gam. Feeding the cat means the visitors won't kill anyone tonight. Oh, Pog? Okay, I fucked that one up. You! Wish some visitor would just go back underground. Why'd you become a gravedigger, huh? On my job? Yeah, I don't know, actually. Sanbury's kind of like a library. I think they killed 2 people, didn't they? They killed both kids. I don't really care about your story. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna test you. I'm gonna test your eyes. Feel reddish to me. You're a grave. I need to see your armpits. Give me your armpits. Okay. Gam. Oops, sorry. Gam. I'd like to take a picture of you. I like you, Gam. Yeah. Okay. Kitty cat. I don't know where the children went. And someone in the house is a murderer. Someone in the basement? No one's in the basement right now. Kitty, I think I've been a bit too lenient, Kitty. And I think by the graces of God that we have been, you know, getting, you know, people... Like, I don't really... Why did she let her kid go? And what... I don't want to go in here. I don't really know, Kitty. I don't know what I'm doing. It's okay. This playthrough will be a I don't know what the fuck is happening playthrough. Okay, here I go. Oh, I forgot the science part of the song. The science part of the thing. What the fuck is up with my wall? Wall always been like that? When is the... Oh my god. Looks like no one else is coming tonight. Damn. The path along the field is littered with bodies of those who tried to run. Nearby stands the man responsible, a female officer. He holds a rifle, smoke still drifting from a barrel. They said don't run. I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna be completely honest. They did say don't run. You see a woman crying over her wounded husband. You can't tell if he's alive or dead. Tears streaked, she dragged his heavy body from the gunfire. You're left with a single thought. Things will only get worse. Kinda live in a post-apocalyptic world, don't we, Kitty? Alright, time to go sleep. We interrupt this program with breaking news. Reports of civil unrest are coming in from a neighboring city. Due to the unresolved circumstances, FEMA forces are sealed off the area. Please remain in your homes. Stay where you are and await further instructions. Remember, support FEMA and join the fight against the visitors. That's the latest for now. Next up, some ads. Up next, a special report on the nature of the visitors. What are visitors? Ghosts? Creatures from the deep underground? No, this is neither a sci-fi novel nor a cheap headline. This is our new reality. Rumors continue to swirl about the visitors' true origin. Are they aliens? The Walking Dead? A lab experiment gone wrong? According to the authorities, these are all just baseless theories. Studies show that the visitor is a human who has come into contact with an undetermined biological agent. Methods of transmission remain unknown, and FEMA urges everyone to stay alert for the signs of visitors. If you believe you're exposed or are unsure that you might be a visitor, call FEMA hotline on 000-451. That's the latest for now. Stay tuned for more after the break. Even the hardest workers need a break. With Marlboro cigarettes, you can take a deep breath and truly unwind. Marlboro, cigarettes for real men. Disclaimer, the company is not liable for any harm that may occur to lungs or license. Consume at your own risk. Now available through 4S Food Delivery. Call now. Okay, coolio. No one died through the night, huh, kitty? No one died through the night, huh, kitty? Okay. Love you, kitty. So my neighbor's not gonna call. I can call for SIGs. 451. I want to call about the taking a picture thing. Beep 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 beep. T-sign armpits. Ensure the unnecessary must avoid any contact with water. Refrain from showering yourself or washing yourself. Okay, they don't talk about the picture one. 589577. Oops. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. 589577. Call. Hello, you reached food for us? Oh, sorry. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. I think it's like every 2 days. I already fucked up, didn't I? I wasn't supposed to check people for 2 days. Oh! Fuck. Oh, ah! When you mess up, there was a bald guy that was like, don't check people for 2 days. Did you call your husband? Why should I? He just made an excuse. He never left for it. It was the kids, house, the bills. Sometimes I think, dude, hey, here's an idea. Maybe you should call him. His number is 151262. Give him a piece of my mind. After all, there's his kids too. You should look for him. Bitch! You're crazy. I'll call him, but you're crazy. I'll call him. 151. Deadbeat mom's husband. Yeah. 262. I think your kid's dead, by the way. Huh? Hello? Your wife needs help. Same old story. I'm always the one left to clean up the mess. She sits there like, but I'm tired. Nothing new. She lost all the kids. Once again, she can care less about her own kids, and now I'm the one who's got to clean up the mess. Go figure. Did you check her mother's place? Maybe you could come get her? Let's go get her. Let her go herself. She's not a princess. She's got 2 working legs, right? So what's the problem? Anyway, I'll tell her that don't bother. What's the point? We don't give a damn. I don't know why you're getting involved. Whatever. Hope you have a wonderful life. Okay. Hey, Doobie Dude, you good? Okay, he's good. Doobie Guy is great. Doobie Guy, he's awesome. We love Doobie Man. How's Gam Gam doing? How you doing, Gam Gam? Oh dear me, I'm getting old. Do you have any relatives? Everyone's forgotten me, dearie. If there's any left alive, they don't come round to visit old poor granny. All the more common with youngins these days. Plenty of ghosts are swept up in life that they forgot their own. All so bothered by this and that, not a soul calls to ask how I'm doing. One time, I sat on the bench and my neighbor was yapping about her grandson, something fierce. Said, my boy's a good egg, always remembering his granny. And well, she told no fibs, dearie. Always said hello, polite young man he was. Why, I even felt a pinch of envy. Then she died, and that good egg turned rotten and sour. All he wanted was the poor soul's apartment keys, paid for with a smattering of smiles. Why do you reckon folks lie to each other's faces, Untruths reflected in the eyes of ones we love. Marry, have children, and then, would you believe it, they don't love you at all. Lucky's my husband's dead and buried. Wicked old coot he was. Okay, Gam Gam. I love you, Gam Gam. I guess I go sleep. I guess I'm going to sleep because I fucked up that day, huh? Alright, let's go sleep, chat. Let's go sleep. Oops. Do we still have a visitor in the house? I don't think so. Hello, you have a beautiful home here. It's much quieter out here in the city. Everything just screams. I was hoping I'd be able to pose upon you. Why didn't you stay home? I feel truly unwell. I'm not just talking about the gangrene, alas. Each morning I wake, I lie and wonder if I'll live to see the next. A tale like mine is best swallowed in one foul gulp. The city's noise clings to me like sweat, the frenzy, the scrambled, men desperately chasing a chance at survival, but out here, you've made peace with what's to come. I'd like to die here, slowly, quietly, truly, savor the final moments. Should we cut off your arm? Do you think that will help alleviate the sepsis? No, I do not need such kindness. Somehow, I feel the inevitable accepting readily. That's why I came. Here, I will pass into and merge with the final, unknowing world, and I will go gently. Okay, sure, if you want to. I do not know yet if you see beauty as I do, but tell me, the bodies, do you cast them away into the great night? Keep mine when the time comes. I mean, I guess if you want to die in my house, sure. Ah! Damn, it's boiling out here, boiling, I tell you. It's the middle of the night. Still feels like I'm stuck in an oven. Maybe a little cooler, yes, but the air is thick as... I just can't breathe. You got a bathroom? I need my bathroom. Serious, boy. I don't feel well. I did cold walk down. I dragged myself all the way out here for what? This little upstart to turn away to Port Bad. I used to run this shit show. I was a minister. Come on, I could make it worth a while. You let me in now when it's all... No, you should leave. I don't want to do the trick. Yes, I do. Here, look. Something from me and Jacob. Ha, what do you think? No, I don't take bribes. Preposterous. Can you not see how poorly I'm faring out here? What the hell? I'm fucked. Fucking, yeah, weirdo. Get the fuck out of here. The voice. I try to match it. Trying to match it. Hold on, I want to look out the window. On the path stands a man armed with an assault rifle. He looks completely insane. His jacket is covered, teeth torn out, eyes... With torn out teeth, eyes, and who knows what else. It's hard to make out from here. What if they're trophies? What if he kills not for defense, but for sport? Whatever the case, you hope he's not your enemy. 1 second, I'm looking out windows. Give me a second. I didn't know I could use the radio. Fuck! A group of evicted stand by your neighbor's ruined house. They're in shock, whispering among themselves. They likely want to take shelter there. But is there any place left to hide from all this? Any place in the world? Not really. You gotta integrate. You gotta adapt, persevere, overcome, you know? Can you let me in, pal? Ooh, what happened to you? I got caught in the Midway sun while putting out forest fires. I'm the only one left from my squad. The rest, the boss just wouldn't let them leave. Now they're on shift eternally. Why aren't you at a hospital? A hospital? There are no more hospitals, pal. When the visitors came, the whole point of hospitals went up in smoke. Hard to get treatment if you can't trust who's treating you. There's no helping me now. I've been better off putting those fires and dying out there with my buddies. I don't have much time left anyway. Sure, you can die in my house too. They gave us a slip of paperwork before we went to the fires out. It's a mandate telling us to report female. Go if everyone who ends here. I don't need it anyway. You can throw it away. Use it. Woo! We have 2. I can get 2 people out of my house now. Alright. Please don't kill anyone while I go to sleep, please. Kick you out in the morning. Damn it! Good afternoon. This is the news. We bring you important updates. New details have emerged regarding the recent incident that unfolded in the city. Seems one of the city's quarantine zones came under attack from an armed individual. The suspect's motive remains unclear at the time and is unknown if the attacker had any accomplices. Notably, several unverified individuals also escaped from the quarantine zone. Oh. Silence is the harbinger of death. A sinister quiet that drains the soul, but worse than emptiness is the ringing. A distant funeral knell growing ever louder. The bells toll for us all, filling our ears with filling thoughts caught in webs of wax. An infernal nest where visitors thrive, tangled deep in the sicky sustenance. Oh. Up next, a special report on temporary suspension of corpse disposal. Today's incident has sparked numerous theories. Some reports describe a lone shooter, while others mention an armed group dressed in hooded clothing. However, the city's greatest challenge may still lie ahead. Due to the lockdown measures imposed, corpse disposal in surrounding areas has been temporarily suspended. Residential inspections, however, will continue as scheduled. If you're able to cremate the deceased, do so immediately. If not, please wait until the situation is resolved before surrendering any accumulated remains. So that's for now. Stay tuned. Oh, if it's bugs, it kind of makes sense if it has like bugs in the air. It's like bugs from the ground. Okay, Gam's good. Oh dear me, I'm getting old. What happened to your husband? Oh, he shuffled off a while back, dear. Ruined my blooming life, he did. That rotten stump. Only ever tied the knot because my folks pestered me into it. Marry him, dear. He's a good egg, they said, so I did. Ow, ow, ow. Mind you, at first he was good as gold, but no sooner was the confetti was set away, the rot came out. I'd slave away over a hot stove hours, and my things stopped nagging. Can't you see I'm eating? After a time, he'd vanish when I was drinking himself silly. Come back drunk as a skunk, spinning tall tales about playing some dominoes in the garage. Oh, but he'd shout the blooming walls down if I dared ask him about it, the wretched coot. Then he died. At first, I felt light as a feather, dearie, but soon enough, the emptiness erupted. The jelly box helped for a while, but now it's all just humdrum applesauce. So I took to sitting on the bench, watching the world go by. It's goddamn hot. How are you feeling? Seems like it's even worse than I thought. Damn it. I don't think I'll hold out longer than a week. It did ease the pain a little when you let me in, though. Thank you. But now I'm just gonna sit here while the rest of you guys are out there dying. I could have stayed with them. It's not like I've got anything to lose. I'm already on the way out after all. Well, Grandma's not dead, so you're not a bad guy, obviously. Oh, the lady died. You're a visitor, aren't you? A sonnet of silence. How's your hand? Though it beats its barren feeling, no warmth remains, only a dolorous ache, the spectral chill. But such, alas, is to be expected, for I wish to delay the most exquisite moment. There was a girl I once adored. I cherished our time. Silent we sat, yet I understood her. Actually, I think it's the guy. I think it's the grave digger. Then it suddenly dawned on me. I deceived myself. I never truly knew her. Perhaps I merely wished to believe I did. Yet I hope that one day we may love with a love that is more than love. I think it's the grave guy. I don't trust that grave guy. Yeah, you're good. I don't need to check on you. I know you're good. Alright, grave man. Can I test? I'm gonna test you. Yeah, test you. I don't see black spots, but I took a picture of you, and now there's like 5 other people. I'm gonna give you the FEMA notice. Fine, I'll take it. And then I'll check on this guy. Let's do your armpits. Okay, you're just kind of gross. I'm gonna check you a little bit more. Teeth? Yeah, you got normal teeth. Okay, I think it's this guy. I think it's this guy. I'm back with a major headache and pancakes. Oh, I'm sorry you have a headache. Hope you can feel better soon. I forgot to call people. Oh, good lord. Am I a monster? Walk a mile in the shoes, have a very strange dream. Oh, fuck, dude. Uh-oh. Kitty's okay, though. That doesn't really matter. Like, hello. Grab more test subjects. The sooner we get them, the better. What's going on in the city? Repercussions. Keep resisting and there will be even more outbreaks than wiping out that need wiping out. Hiding visitors will only makes them multiply, and that only leads to more violence. How long is all this going to? If it were that simple, there'd be no need for FEMA. Just let us do our job. We have the situation under control. So what now? We need people. 2 to be precise. So we'll speed things up. This is all for the best. Fine, if it helps. Remember, help us help you. Thank you for understanding. We'll bring these 2 back before you know it. Must be hard for you. For us, how'd you check a district when there's nobody living in it? Yes, your house is perfect. I can feel it. Yes, and it's mine. That is correct. Death is everywhere. Some were burned, some dragged out and executed. Death taken a liking to you. Yes. Who are you and why are you dressed like that? We are the harbingers of the new faith, the orators of the hollow doctrine. Death hath come. She wishes only to soothe humanity, to free us from our chaos, bitterness, and bed balm. Everyone is dead. Oh, we are simply helping her draw closer. It is the only way to find salvation. There's no going back. So, what is it you want? We must perform the burial rites in ways anew. Your house is perfect for it. Yes, death influence is strong here. In any case, let my brother trespass here. Protect them. They must survive long enough to complete their tasks. Sounds like a tall order. It is a tall order. The road higher to higher purpose is never one easily traveled. Do you not long for peace? A world where no one is burdened to any other? Watch over my people and remember, if one of them dies, your house will be reduced to nothing. Alas, there is no other way. I don't like being threatened, but final help. Thank you. They shall not need much time, but still watch over them. They're probably gonna die, dude. They're so gonna die. Like, I have not taken care of a single... Hi. Good. That improved. I don't know what voice to do for this guy. Unless you're a visitor. Who are you? Someone who's here to clean up the filth. My neighbors dealt with it. You don't need to know nothing else about me. This was the gears I would make visitor proof. Oh, you mean the necklace? Good term. I'll have to start using that. It's a reminder so I don't forget how many houses and how many towns I've purged. I pull a single tooth from each visitor. They're the easiest trophies to take. And if one really leaves an impression on me, I might take something else. Thank you for the lurk. So why are you here? Hold it. Alright, ask you my question, I'll ask mine. Anything going on in the neighborhood? Any threats I should keep an eye? Half-naked visitors keep showing up, but I've got to get on my few mistaken people. Half-naked visitor. Just one, half-naked. So wasn't wearing any protective art. Interesting. You actually saw him? Yeah, I believe you did. You don't talk like someone who's in a habit of spreading rumors. You got my attention. I'll be back again. Help me. I've been shot. Not gonna last. Who did this to you? Fucking FEMA pigs got me. I was climbing the fence, made a run for it. Shit shots, those assholes. Every bullet missed except one. Went clean through that. Thank fuck for that, but shit, I'm bleeding like a stuck pig. At least my guts aren't spilling out. Not that they'd be much left to spill. Hurts like a bitch to laugh. So FEMA's after you? Oh, you better believe it. You heard about FEMA running tests to find visitors? That shit's not a rumor. Fucking saw it. They took some poor bastard into town. 1 second I heard muffling screams, and next they were dragging out a black bag. Guy never came back. You get it now? They're doing things to people. That's why no one ever comes out of those zones. When I saw that shit, I knew how to get the hell out. That's why I ran, even though I caught bullet hopping the damn fence. Now I'm a witness. I know too much. They will come after me. Well, you should leave. No. No. I don't take bribes. Leave me alone. Yes, I'm scared. I'm going to survive. I will survive. No one around me will survive except for me and Mr. Kitty Cat. And you know, that's just how it is sometimes. A group of FEMA has settled into your neighbor's ruins. Though little remains, the basement seems to be intact. A small pocket of safety. How long can they keep hiding? What about the other window? Is the other window, like, got anything? The door is being open. It's terrifying. Wild dogs roam the streets. Their bodies bear shallow burns. Hunger wears them thin. Inside your house, you do not fear them, but now you can't shake the feeling that it's better not to go outside. Kitty cat supremacy. Yeah, just me and the cat. Me and the cat. That's all that needs. That's all I need. I don't know how long this game is, but I need an ending with just me and the cat. No one's left. Is this because of the dream? Good afternoon. You're watching the news. FEMA's currently assessing victims of the quarantine zone attack. Due to overcrowding in the existing facilities, the agency has made the following decision. Evacuated residents will be temporarily housed in buildings on the outskirts of this. Evacuated resident will be temporarily housed in buildings. Okay. Fortunately, local homeowners are cooperating with FEMA and have offered shelter. As of this report, only a portion of the escaped individuals have been located. Thankfully, a new identifier has been announced by officials earlier today. Bleeding gums. If individuals showing this condition comes to your door, do not engage. Wait for a scheduled FEMA patrol and report the suspect to the relative authorities. Remember, stay where you are and await further instructions. That's the latest for now. Next up, a special report on a dangerous new cult. Oh. The visitors aren't just hiding among us. They may be infiltrating our very thoughts. Multiple cities are now reporting outbreak of an organized cult activity. Charges against them. Ritual sacrifice, worship of an unknown deity, and possible ties to the visitors themselves. According to these new reports, the cult has taken a public stand against FEMA. What begins as a harmless evangelizing has now escalated into direct action. Some experts believe that the cult may even be responsible for the recent violent incidents in the city. Viewers are urged to avoid contact with those we call so-called new believers. Aiding or sympathizing with... Oh, I thought I didn't have a choice. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, well... Game's gone. Hey guys. Who are you? Lost souls. Just like the countless others who walk the blighted earth. We yearn for peace, for stillness eternal, and we have found the path to her. Death. Why do they tremble before her? Is it truly the unknown they fear, or the lashings of dogma burned into their souls? For millennia, we clawed at the veil, seeking life's meaning, and lo, its answer was laughably simple. Death is our purpose, and we are her followers. Okay. You look scared. Are you afraid? You're observant, Homona. Unlike my brother in faith, I still struggle with fear. Doubt torments me. What lies beyond life? What does it feel like? Our mentor teaches us neither heaven nor hell. That it's something else, but it can't seem to grasp it. Even if he doesn't fully understand death, will he ever truly understand her? What if reaching her isn't enough? What if she truly is beyond comprehension entirely? But I did not question our mentor's will, for in his eyes I see confidence and understanding. He asks us to embrace faith and steel our resolve to be ready. Only then can we cross the rivers of dead and the mountains of bones and reach her, death. How long will you be staying? Worry not, homeowner. We won't be any trouble. We appreciate your hospitality and don't wish to anger you. You've done so much already. We'll stay in this room and pray quietly. We need some rest. Our journey ahead will be long and hard. I feel like it'll be short and painful, but okay. I wish I could take a picture of myself. I think I'm okay though. Maybe I should check myself though, just a little bit. Yep, I'm very much alone in my home. Let's check my teeth. My ears look fine. Pearly whites is a little above my armpits. I haven't showered. I'm disgusting. Gotta clean myself. Maybe it'll help clean up. Alright, we're good now. I'm all clean. I'm gonna call for some cat food, I guess. 2 cans jerk. I want cat food. Oh, maybe I should tell him his wife's dead. Where's my kitty? Wait, is my cat gone? Kitty! Wait, is my cat gone? No! Kitty! Kitty! No! Did you guys take my cat? Where did my cat go? Basement? Ooh, I'll check the basement. Kitty? Are these rocks? Kitty? No! I think the thing took my cat. I think death took my cat. I'm taking everyone down with me. Oh, wait! Oh, kitty! Oh, yay! Low delivery here. Look kind of down. Coworker got taken by FEMA. Morning check, same as always. I noticed his eyes red. God damn it. And that was it. Haul him off. Now I don't even know what happened to him. I don't know if they'll ever let him out. What if my eyes got red from the lack of sleep? You can drag me off to one of those fucking quarantine zones too. Don't stress it, you'll be fine. Fine. What's fine even mean in the middle of cataclysm? All these visitors, the signs, and the damn sun. I thought it couldn't get worse, and every day it gets crazier. Next thing you know, they'll say the pubic hair is a sign of being a visitor. The world gets even more bad shit. Alright, gotta move on. Take your order, I'll be on my way. Thank you for your cat food. Good night. Kitty. I was worried about you, Kitty. God, Jesus. You feel that? Change is haunting you. So am I. And now one of your ilk is deathless. All because of a word, one simple word. But what word is it? You know who I mean, yes. Strange things happen around you. Don't care. Detached, are we? Don't even care anymore. Let's fix that. If there are at least 2 of us inside your house, you'll open the door for me. Come back later. Shame. Leave her now. But before I go, let's try out that gamble. You alone? Not alone. Even we are a rare sight now, let alone your kind locked in their walls. Change isn't the worst thing coming for you. You don't think I lead a pack, do you? There are far greater things out there. I simply follow orders. Well then, till we meet again. Bruh, shut the fuck up. Also, I'm never gonna be alone apparently, because there's 3 guys in my fucking house that are cultists. Hey kid, how things holding up in your rough neck of the wood? I ain't one from around here, never been one stay in some spot for too long. Can't roam around like you used no more. Hate to do that, dear son. Are you traveling? You see what I'm doing to you seen what these visitors are doing? Houses after house, someone dead, someone torn apart. They pretend to be one of us and slip inside our homes as all hell breaks loose. Environment need to be wiped out, every last one. You gonna hunt the visitors? Aren't you doing the same thing? Now, you ain't a fool, kid, but hell, I'm just gonna shoo them away. Let one go, I'll be right back there, goddamn throwed out. Ain't getting a second chance with them crafty varmints. Come on in. Knew you weren't soft, you got some backbone, son. Won't wipe him out, we'll let no varmint within a mile of this place. I like him. I like him a lot. So far, I like the tall guy, the grandma, him, and the kids. How's your new life treating you, baby? Managed to adapt yet? How silly of me to ask. You do live here after all. There's a lady at my door, and I'm at a point where I feel like I just can't say no to anybody. So you noticed. Thanks. Do you like it, baby? People keep remarking my looks lately, even more than they used to. Not much of a talker, are you? Tell me about yourself. I've never been good with people. That's not changing now. I get it. Not many people know how to listen without jumping with a little, well, I had it worse. Connecting with other people is hard. You're not the only one who struggles with that. I could help you if you want, baby. You could practice on me. Maybe we could try connecting together. Sure. Sure we can distract ourselves with something better than paranoid nuns. I'm just keeping you in here because you probably have syphilis. And howdy, y'all home? You looking for someone? You ain't looking for nobody. Mama just needs a little place to stay. Bless her head, darling. The whole darn neighborhood gone out cleared. Got cleared out. Ain't no one knows where to. I've been running around ever since looking for a place to hunker down. Were there many of you? We're the whole darn building. Some folks try to stay put, and the yellows just yanked them out. They were picking folks willy-nilly. Bunch of us tenants got snatched up, bless their hearts. They ain't even chased the rest of us too much. Now Mama's just trying to stay alive, darling. Yeah, I'm just gonna let everyone in. The second you do, they'll be dragging us both. Who God knows. Hey, kitty. I love you, kitty. I'm gonna go to bed now. I let everybody in. I'm not sleeping with you. You know that, right? I'm going to sleep. Good afternoon. Now for the news. The situation of the city is gradually stabilizing, but some fugitives still remain at large. Meanwhile, corpse operations have resumed, though new challenges emerge. According to the latest reports, packs of stray dogs are now roaming the streets. FEMA has deployed a team to address the threat. The agency has also announced a new identifying sign of potentially dangerous individuals: skin irritation. The investigation into the attack is still ongoing. Whether the detectives attacked alone still remains unclear. However, there is no doubt that FEMA will contain both this and the ongoing visitor threat. As always, stay tuned for instructions. Up next, report on the unfolding situation in the equilateral belt. I hope I didn't sleep with her. Troubling news from other countries in the equilateral region tonight. Widespread wildfires, extreme heat, and droughts are devastating multiple nations. Recent reports indicate temperatures so high that the contact with the ground was enough to cause third-degree burns. The death toll remains unknown and evacuation is currently impossible. Our government has so far been unable to establish communication with authorities in the affected regions. However, once conditions allow, FEMA officers will deploy to assist with disaster relief. Later on, stay tuned for updates. How you doing? How do you like it here? It's cozy, more than I expected, all things considered. Thanks for letting me in. I thought I might end up on the streets before dawn. And you, how do you feel? Fine, survivalist. What's important? Like that attitude, looks good on you. But don't ball it all up, okay? Emotions have a nasty way of spilling out. Right when you want them to the least. Don't be too shy to talk to me about it sometime. And if not with me, then someone, anyone. Promise you that much, okay? I have... someone died. I need to test. I'm gonna take a photo. Hi, Kiwi. Ooh, good game. Yes, I suck at it, I think. Everybody keeps dying. There's one person that dies like every night. No! I let one of the cultists die. Oh, fuck, brother. Oh, no. Oh, they're gonna kill me. Oh, god damn it. Hey, brothers. How do you worship death? Yeah, I mean, I'm not speaking ill of death. I'm just saying. I need to test you. Armpits. Oh, she's got no armpit hair. She's got no armpit hair. We let one other guy in here. I bet he's in the kitchen. Yeah, because the door's cracked open. Hey, man. I need to test you. Photo. Why aren't you doing it? Have you washed yourself? I washed myself once. Shit. Kitty! Kitty, I need to feed you some food. We have 3 food for you. I have 3 food. You need to eat food tonight so that way nobody dies. Thanks, kitty. Can I call for some coffee? Damn it. Okay, 000451. State your question. Oh, I can't ask about the other ones? Oh, damn. Okay. Can I give people their a notice still? I think I can. I suspect this lady. Okay. That's all I got. Hopefully nobody dies. Hi, Vex. Ma'am, I know you're not asleep. If you could just, like, not do that, that'd be awesome. I'm not really looking to sleep with you right now. Hello? Hello? Contribution to emergency response efforts have been noted. We need people like you. Join us. Why me? Your resource is proactive. That's exactly what we need. Recruits help us spot what we might miss ourselves, and right now we need new people. I'm ready. Good. Take only what's essential. Housing will be provided. There's no point coming back here. Not anytime soon, at least. We're waiting for you. It's one of the endings. I'm presuming this is one of the endings. You feel disoriented. Is this how FEMA usually recruits people? Just pop an alert because I want to play this game too. No problem! This is a big organization. You'll probably have to deal with a lot of people. There's no telling when they'll let you go home. Oh, my cat. Can I bring my cat? Sounds like you'll be working long shifts. They're all working long shifts. How dangerous is this job anyway? Whisking people away and hiring them on the spot. It's so strange. Is the turnover really that bad? Why else recruit so aggressively? It's not even clear what the work will be. Escorting people to quarantine zones? And then what? You don't know what's become of your home. Nor what happened to those who lived with you. You get this feeling you won't ever be going back to your old life. I think that was to be suspect when this shit started happening, though. In the briefing, it's become clear that the job wasn't designed with long-term survival in mind. Your only regret is not bringing that poster with you. The one in the hallway? What about my cat, though, bro? I think I feel more worried about the cat. Welcome to FEMA. Story was a little dry. Beat the game without drinking the kombucha. Yippee. How many endings does this game have? I'm not a human. Endings? Boop, 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 boop. Boop. One, two. There are 10 endings. I think we can maybe start one more playthrough. Oh, interesting. Oh, I've met 29 out of the 56. Oh, wow, there's more people. I wonder if they're all like, is it like a static thing? You know, like these people like are or aren't. Like for sure are or aren't. Like visitors. Alright, we'll skip the intro. Alright. Hey neighbor. Same as it ever was. Yep, same stuff. Creepy stuff. Visitors. Yeah, they're calling people from the underground. God knows what they're calling them that. I guess it's because they're visitors to Earth, or the surface at least. Or maybe it's because they're going around trying to get people into people's houses. Okay. Cool. Okay. Oh, I have a picture of a cat here. Okay. CP time. Breaking news. There's a powerful sun. There's flowers. Wall. Yep. Dance. Okay, that was the only thing. What about the radio? To catch a signal, turn the right knob. To do this, left click and hold the right knob. Move our cursor left. Okay. What the thing? To catch a signal, turn the right knob. To do this, left click and hold. Try changing the wave range. How am I supposed to know when I find something? Have you people they're burning? Can you describe what you're seeing? Is there a fire? No, it's the sun. They're burning up in the sun. Do not leave the house until dark. No, that guy haunts the streets at night. The pale one. He's not human. So we kind of like missed that. Are we too trusting in the yeah, because I don't know who the fuck who an asshole is or not. But I know who I like and who I don't like this time. You know, I kind of got Like, who I like and who I don't like. Alright, no, or I hate dealing with people. I have to have other people with me. Okay. Okay, alright. Oh, the phone number changed. The phone number changed. Huh. Alright, well, time to drink a beer and go to bed. That's all we can do tonight. Right? That's everything? Because the phone... His number is different, isn't it? I wrote it down. 438003. Yeah, it's different. Can I open this box? I want to open that box. Alright. How about I get the cat again? Yep, I'm coming. Hope it's tall, man. Hello? Hi, is my daddy here? Can you get him? Oh, yeah. What's your dad's name? You forgot his name? Oh, wait, you're just testing to see if I'm a visitor or not. You're smart. I'll start asking people questions, too. How did you get here in one piece? I don't know. Everything feels like the opposite day now. People stay at home and sleep during the day, then go out and do stuff at night. I'm scared of the dark, but maybe there's nothing to be afraid of. Or is there? I'll get your dad. Okay, bye. Can I come in? I was taking shelter at the bar down. Yeah, I like this guy. We like this guy. Tall man? Yeah. You're not a visitor, are you? You're not a visitor, are you? Do I look like one of those monsters? No, I'm not a visitor. And you're never getting to get a straight fucking answer asking that directly anyway. I guess things here won't be any different from the bar. Why do you think it'll be any different here? What else would I do otherwise? Just stand outside and wait for the sun to take my skin? No, I think I'd prefer to avoid that. As long as I'm alive, I'll look for someone to talk to. If that isn't here, maybe I'll get to lucky somewhere else. And if I have an ounce of luck left in this life, come in. I think it's interesting because it feels like, I don't know if it's always the same. I feel like it could be randomized on whether like the visitor, like who is a visitor and stuff. But it feels like people that I tend to like are people who make note of the fact that they really want people to talk to. I'm not letting you in. I'm not letting you in. Who are you? No. No. What do you do now? You should leave. Bye. Yeah. Don't. Yo! You, I don't like you, but I'm gonna let you in. Is what I'm choosing here. Come in. You can come in. If you kill tall guy though, I'm gonna be so pissed. Oh, fuck yes. Good afternoon, here's the news. The sun's activity rises steadily as crime... Oh, I've read this. I'm sorry. If you want to hear me do the voiceovers, just go rewind. Find the visitors. I only read the stuff that I haven't read yet. Forest. It's a different phone number, is that you're saying? Yeah, I think I read this one because it's like, yeah, don't die from sunstroke. Don't trust the bribes. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Unless it's that guy that got shot. Oh, I forgot to look at the house last night. Oh. I gotta go to the restroom really quick. Hold on. I gotta go to the restroom really quick. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, can I make the screen bigger? Oh, I can make it even crispier. Wait, hold on. Cool. Alright. Welcome back. Thank you. Alright, look, I can make it even crispier. I made it, it was 1K and now it's 2K. 1920 by 1080 and now it's 20, yeah, it's 2K now. It's nice. Continue. Okay. Okay. How you doing, tall man? Yes? Is there something that you wanted? Thank you for the check-in, cheerful! Yeah, why would they throw you out of bar? I blame the chain of catastrophe that broke everyone. Yeah. I fucked up. Yeah, I think it was very fair why he got mad. There's no one in my office right now. I need to test you. I'm just gonna test your everything. You got fucked up teeth. Slendy man? Nah, he's our tall man. I'm gonna check it, Vex. Yeah, no one's in the bathroom. I check myself. Shit, white smokers would kill for these. I think I'm okay. I don't think I start out as a fucked guy. All right. Oh, I can't use my keypad then. 8484 call. Hey neighbor, good to hear from you. So you let a couple people in yet? If not, you should really think about it. I got any questions. Okay, and then I'll call 264 call. I have plenty of beer. I'm gonna get some coffee. And then we'll hang up. Also, I think I fucked up the radio broadcast, so that sucks, but I think that's okay. I look for a nap for a bit. Nap well. I love you. Thank you for stopping by and for your input on my logo. I love you. Good night, bestie. Alright, hold on. I'll open the door in a second. I had to fix my headset. Someone comes here looking for... Okay, fuck FEMA. FEMA no more than we're letting on. We're saying fuck FEMA this time as well. Didn't think that there was... You know, I didn't expect people to skip stocking up before the end of the world. Apocalypse and I guess folks still gotta eat lunch. Deliveries might pay pretty well right now, but the risk is huge no matter how you slice it. But that's damn son. They moved us to night shifts because of it. Now people order 20 liters of water at a time. I wish I got hazard pay or tips for lugging that heavy stuff around. Anyway, sorry for Star Trek Radio 6 at the delivery. Oh, he smiled for once. I mean, I'm still not used to that. No one is. Yo, how's it hanging? Dude, you've been seeing it? Okay, yeah, we like this guy. Zombies, dude, I knew it. Just totally do these just okay, man. Now, so you got a shotgun and a grenade? What the hell are you even? Dude, I know exactly what I'm saying. I love the stoner, me too. You know how sci-fi writers already know what the future's gonna be like? Like, they go to space and predict crazy stuff before it even happens. Imagine if we went to space and started sending letters to aliens. Whoa, totally, dude. My homie read a design where it happened. Alright, chillax, come on, let me in. I like him. He's good. We like him. I hope it stays the same. It would be cool if it had a mode where it's like an endless mode, right? But I think for the story mode. I don't know about this woman. I think she's good. What do you want from me? I think she's just a terrible person. Your kid's dead. Don't say that. It's hard to look after a whole pack of these rascals, but nothing happens to them. They probably found their way to my mom's place. They always run off over there when they get sick of me. I think she's good. I should have drank the kombucha. Whoa! Hey, hey! You on the other side of the door. I can hear your footsteps. Mind if I crash for the night? Why are you so cheerful? There's enough anger out here already. Yeah, times are tough, but there's still so much worth fighting for. Next generation art, just... Sorry. If we keep telling ourselves it'll be okay, then hey, maybe things will get a little easier. What's there to be happy about? There's plenty of reasons, but I can't tell you what should make you happy. What did you used to love doing before all this happened? Try to remember what brought you joy. We can't allow ourselves to wallow in despair now more than ever. Yeah, dude, come on in. I like this guy. That guy's a good guy. That guy's a good guy. Alright. Hopefully no one dies tonight. I don't trust the mom, but... Damn it! Good afternoon, here's the news. The anomalous heat... Oh yeah, we FEMA and the nails. And this is the pale guy. Oh, I forgot to look out the windows. Fuck, I need like a checklist, man. Oh, shit. Oh, it's like a timed thing. Interesting. Is he dead? No! Tall guy's dead! Oh, who did it? Everything's gonna be okay. Still feeling cheerful. Not exactly cheerful, but I'm not falling apart either. We're still human, still holding on. I feel like it's the mom. I don't trust the mom. Test you. See your teeth. Not pearly whites. Not pearly whites though, dog. Let me test you one more time. Oh, damn, still got everything else almost. I don't know who the bad guy is! Hey, man. Man. Keep letting the tall guy die. How's my neighbor doing? 484. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to look out the window. Alright. Man. Is this a wash? Is this a wash? We'll do one more night. If someone else, I don't know. Maybe I should have drank that coffee. Howdy. Not letting you in. Got a gun. No, I'm not alone. Maybe we should stick it through. We got an hour left until we got... What? Can't be sure with his cheeks. Some wetwood tears. Sure. What's the worst that can happen? You kill someone? The one I was trying to keep alive died anyway, so we meet again. Hello! I would like in the beginning. The dead soon shall speak, but none will heed their words. Goodness me, how shockingly relevant. Though I suppose it's not much of a surprise to hear that now. What does it mean? I need to think it through, be carefully. Do you have any insight to offer? Anyway, came here and just need to be ready. My cat must enter. Okie dokie. One Punch Man, imagine. Alright, I let people in my home. And they're probably evil. Yep. I knew, like, someone was already gonna die. Red eyes. The beer guys. And then, yeah, we've seen this one. Okay, cool. One's in this room. I think it's the mom. I think it's the mom. I think it's the fucking mom. Oh, Jesus. So you gotta say, you're... Can't understand you. Oh, the radio! Fuck, 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 fuck. Welcome, it's time for I Want to Believe. Today, we'll be discussing the truth. Wait, he's not going. How do you steal all of his documents? There was no. Damn it, I knew it would be allowed to reveal the truth. Okay. Okay. Hey man, how you doing? I came up with a cracked way to make a little bank. Alright. You want to hand over? Sure, why the fuck not? Don't be a pussy. I guess, man. I guess I was doing that. If you want, you may be right. Of course I'm right. 6 cents for hustling, bro. Alright, hopefully you don't die, because I want to hand you over to them. You good? It test you. Let me see your teeth. Alright, you're fine. I don't trust the mom. I'm killing the mom. I was kind in a lifetime. Kill the same character. Just kill this. What? The frenemy? What? What was that you? Kill the same character both as a human and as a visitor. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Okay, well. Don't know what happened to the kid. I guess the kid just runs away or something? I'll test. I feel like I tested that guy, and I've tested that guy, and I haven't tested Doobie Man. Let me see your teeth. There's 50-50 chance of being a thingy? Yeah, I guess so. I guess there's like a 50-50 chance. But like, kill the same character both as a human and as a visitor? So that means Okay, hold on. I want to look up what the friend of me, because does that mean like I've killed her in achievements? Friend, when we good? What? Love the name, Giggle McShitter. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Alright, frenemies. Don't trust anyone. Shoot any character as both a visitor and a human in 2 separate runs? Did I kill her last run? I think it's like I got her killed. Why are you a glizzy? Because I dress up as a hot dog for every Halloween. Every Halloween. Okay, I've exhausted my stuff. Conjunctivitis Awareness Day. Did you know today is Conjunctivitis Awareness Day in this game? Okay. I think I took care of the visitor, which was the mom. So. I don't know what to do about the fact that she wasn't a visitor in the last one. But everyone has like a kind of telltale signs, I think. Good evening. I'm from FEMA. We're making house calls around the neighborhood. Are you alone? No, of course not. Why are you in protective gear? How are you going to help us? Our first orders of business is collecting FEMA more data once we do. So what happens next? I'll take one person. Yep. Okie dokie. Oh no, not Stoner Boy! No, Stoner Boy! No! Hello there. Tell me, can I trust you? You're not with FEMA, are you? No, I'm not with FEMA. Oh, good. That means I can trust you. You see, it's standard FEMA protocol that agents disclose their affiliation when asked. They're required to. So if you say you're not with them, you must be telling them. This is like a cop has to tell you he's a cop kind of thing. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, my friend. The scales are about to fall from your eyes. Generated proof of the moon landing was fake. Government. Oh, goodness. The truth behind those potato-flavored chips, what does that even mean? They're an abomination of science? Delightful. Although, wait a second. Who's that? No, absolutely not. That Among Us tea guy. There's no way I'm revealing anything with them around. Make them leave and I'll gladly accept your invitation. Sure. I'm glad you made the right choice. Once we talk, the world will never look the same to you. Okay, well, I guess I kicked him out. Hi, love you. What happened? Yeah, I know. Why did they do it? I don't know. Come on in. You're probably gonna die. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm gonna be completely honest. Hi. What do you want? How do you find my house? Remind me of someone. I don't think you're human, so what? Maybe I dance. I'm ballerina. Come in. I need the cat. Give me the cat. I need the cat. That's all I care about is that cat. You'll always be let into. I never want to deny the cat. I feel like there has to be a run where I deny the cat, which I guess is why I could use the kombucha. Yep. Hairless armpits. Yep, the biological threat. That's all for now, okay. Then the phone roulette is just what you need. Call 891533 and we'll connect you with someone random. Hi. Okay. Who died? The little girl's okay. Got something to share? What are those papers? You would not believe what are in these files. Seriously, some of them are actually pretty fascinating. Take this one, for instance. This theory is especially curious. It claims visitors aren't actually real. They're part of a secret government plan to prune the population. Quite a compelling read, and oddly, it kind of makes sense if you really think about it. Now consider overpopulation is a known problem. Yes, it is simply the truth of our society. Welcome back! So I finished my first playthrough. I got the ending where I joined FEMA. Because I was a coward. And I let too many people into my house, and I think I let too many people die. But that's the first ending that we got. I want to see if I can get all the endings by myself. This is like the only game where I've been like, oh, maybe I could get all the endings on my own instead of like looking them up. So, my mommy. Okay, just rest for now. I need to test you. Let me see your armpits. Okay. Dude, now we're so playing this game tomorrow. Oh, it's the guy that had his mouth sewn shut. And Doobie Man is gone. The government took Doobie Man. Someone in the house is a... What is even this basement for? Dude, can I put people in here? Alright. Someone in the house is bad. Who in the house is bad? I need to check. I'm gonna check the little girl. The little girl could be bad. Let me check your teeth. They're all white, though. Can I put them in the basement? The basement is for like 3 other endings. I think 2 or 3. Okay. I don't really know what to do. I'm gonna pet the cat. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pet the cat. Pet the cat. That's all I want to do. And I'm gonna swing you around because I love Mr. Kitty. I love you, Mr. Kitty. I don't know what your name is, but I love you. You know that? You want to be sitting on this chair? Sit on the chair? I need to call. Oh, phone roulette. Let's do that. 891533. Hello, you've reached phone roulette. We'll connect you with your perfect conversation partner. Sure, please hold. Hi, hello. Hello. I need to talk to someone. So much happened recently. I tried reaching out to a friend and people I know, but nobody answers. Then I found about phone roulette. Maybe it's not the best place for me to be pouring my heart out, but I don't have much choice. It's not right to burden a stranger with problems, but you have no idea how much talking to someone will help me. Make me feel so much better. Do you mind listening to me? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I think it might be easier if I tell you a little bit about myself. Anything in particular that you'd like to know? You said your friends won't answer. I'd love to try calling them again, but I don't know how. When the catalysm started, I decided to leave my hometown, fly as far as possible from the heat. I promised everyone I'd call regularly, check in with each one of them and see how they're doing, but when I got here, I couldn't reach them. Later I found out why. Their phone lines had been cut. The whole city was cut off from the rest of the world. Now I'm here, safe, but all my friends? The thought of never seeing those I care about again terrifies me. I miss the quiet days when life felt simple and the future was nothing to look forward to. It was something to look forward to. Why'd you go alone? I didn't want to, but my best friend actually wanted to come with me, but he couldn't. He didn't have the papers to travel. When the classes getting them became impossible. He was so crushed. He regretted not getting them sooner, but I wanted to help him, but I didn't know how. I think he was in love with me, you know? He cared about me so much. Always supportive, always ready to listen. Eventually, I realized we liked each other. I wanted him to confess his feelings first, but I guess he just couldn't find the right moment. And then the cataclysm started, and there wasn't any time for that anymore. I regret not telling him first. Well, you know a little about me. Now it's your turn. I don't even know where to start. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with talking about yourself. I'm lonely. I had a tough relationship with my father. And one day I stopped being his son. The last of them is this house. Sorry, sounds like you're not too thrilled about the house ending up with you. Would have been better if it had burned him, pretty much. I can't even imagine what you went through. Hey, thanks for talking to me. Goodbye. Stay strong, okay? That was nice. That was nice. It's quite nice. Also, there's a murderer in the house. I don't know who the murderer is. So I guess I'm just gonna leave it. I don't know what ending we're gonna get with this one. I'm full of energy. Oh, fuck. I gotta go drink a beer. Or I gotta go test someone. We'll test the lady in here. Hey, lady. Can I see your eyeballs? Things written in my pupils, see? Don't like red, but you so much every hour, every day. You love it, don't you? Yes, no. Shoot them. Sure. Oh, good lord. Sorry, Kitty. Had to do it. They might have been the murderer. Or the visitor. And if that's the case, you know, there's only so much we can do. Yep. Okay, I remember. 'Cause at this point, it's kind of silly for me to look out the window because I forgot to before. When will the person return? Oh, so your team's already been here. After screening, there's a mandatory quarantine period that we're waiting for. I'm not interested in these tests. You misunderstand. This is not a choice. No! Nerdy Mexican guy! Fuck, man! He was gonna tell me secrets! Damn it. Okay. They're still holed up in here, I see. I think of that guy, the one in the suit. Just so you know, if the body shows up as bags, it was a human. If it's a visitor, it'll be a human. Oh! Oh, interesting. It would be a body. Yeah, like the woman that we just shot. That's interesting. Times are rough lately, just one after another, am I right? Maybe the suits will restore order. Or maybe we should take matter into our own hands. I'm doing what I can. And exactly what can you do? Can you ward off death? Stop the floods, the fire, the decay? The only thing you can stop is the heartbeat. So, you alone? I'm not alone. I wonder what happens if I say I'm alone. Will he just come in and kill me? Or will he freak the fuck out because... stuff. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. For 2 days, testing ponder. Okay, this one. Okay, so I can't test people for 2 days. That's the plan. We're not testing people for 2 days. Starting tomorrow morning, I think. Hey, buddy, got room in there for a stand-up guy like me? How do I know you really listen? Believe me, I got the biggest heart of any man you'll ever meet. Sure, I'm gonna punch out folks with the perfect deek and pretty eyes, but only because I envy them. Come on now, I'm messing with you. Don't get all stiff on me. 1 or 2 weird traits doesn't make you a visitor. I would never hurt anyone over their teeth or their eyes or whatever they're saying on TV. I couldn't even... Never mind. You some kind of comedian? I'm not that kind of stand-up guy. But hey, what's wrong with being a little funny while the world's falling apart? Well, it'll keep you sane, buddy, even if everything else is going... Yeah, I like you. Sure. Come on in. Thanks a ton. I like positive people. Positive people in the apocalypse. Hello there, human. How lucky we are to witness humanity's final judgment with our own eyes. The earth is being cleansed of sin. The sun is doing its holy work. We are on the path to a pure new world. Behold the fucking beams of blessing. What? Are you still confused, human? Here, I'll break it down for you in simple terms. The sun does not burn and broil us without purpose. It's cleansing of us of our sins, our lust, our greed. Okay. What happened to you? Shall live deliciously, and as soon as the sun completes its salvation, the holy rays will help us. You think this is like a fucking... You should leave. Nah, you behold kombucha, let me in, and I shall bestow you this generous... No. Beat it. Suck my dick. Go away. Hi, kitty. We're gonna drink the kombucha in the morning. Actually, I'll drink it right now. It's gross. The SCOBY and the thing sounds gross. Oh, no one died. Pog. Fruit, is there like a 50% chance or something that like an NPC can be either a visitor or a just a human? Emergency broadcast. Wildfires are now sweeping across the forest. Oh yeah, this one, yep. And then oh yeah, the visitor thing. Science time. Okay. Nobody died. Hey, man. What's on your mind? How's it going? Feeling just fine, buddy. I took a peek inside your fridge, but if you had that much beer, how did you score it anyway? Your uncle worked for Bruce, your Bob, whatever. You can keep your secrets. So then, oh, what a mess, huh? In a different world, we could be drinking cold ones and watching the big game. You'd even meet... Are you okay? What? Oh, I forgot. It's fine. Okie dokie. I think it's set on if they are visitors or human, like the neighbor's daughter is always human and the cat lady is always a visitor. Do you like it here? It's okay, but I wish I was at home. Why can't I go home? Maybe later. I'm sorry, I lied to the kid. Should stay here for now. Okay. Cool. Okay, so I only have 2 people in my house, the girl and the guy. I forgot the radio. Fuck me, dude. Do I check quarantines? Civilization casualty on. This is requesting. Mentioning code the city is corresponding on investigation. Stand by for reinforcements. Okay. I love you, kitty. I guess I could check the guy and then go to sleep. Maybe randomize though. I'm going to look into it. Yes, thank you. Let me test you. Let's take a photo. Take a photo of you and I'll take a photo of the girl. Leave alone. Okay, I'm gonna go take a photo of the girl. Are set at the very least, maybe not all are set. Yeah, because like we got the frenemies achievement, which was like like you kill someone who was a visitor or and a human, and we killed the lady, the mom. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm putting my necklace back on. I took it off because I wanted to look at it. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, he wanted the isolation and loneliness poster? My necklace. Ow. Okay. Okay, cool. I don't think I can order more food, but let me see. Because I want to get something. I want to try the new stuff. I haven't tried the new stuff yet. Okay, some are ratified while others are set. Okay, cool. You don't give me cat food. I should have tried the new stuff. Why did I say I was going to try the new stuff when I didn't? Okay. I'm never calling FEMA. Not this run. Some beer. Everyone in the house is currently safe. I think. Hello. Wow, hello there, boy. Who are you? Oh ho ho! I'm just an old coot who knows a thing or two about mushrooms. But never mind me right now. The mycelium told me something very troubling. There's a background fire. The mushroom festival is upon us, and time, my dear boy, is slipping through our fingers. So please listen carefully and heed my words well. I forgot to not check people. God damn it. Mycelium? Yes, I know it's hard for. Spoke of a mushroom festival drawing near, and that my dear boy is no good at all. No. Mushroom festival? Great mushroom up shall rise and scatter its spores far and wide. Shadows shall spread and swallow the sun, and not a single place will be spared the fun. But the mushroom shall not rise alone for its festival, it is known. Golly, we can't allow that to happen. We must stop it together, my boy. Towards the page of the book of spells, please take them. They'll tell you what to do. Alright. Toodaloo. Where are they? Where did we put the pages? Hold on! I want to read the pages. The Book of Smiles. Oh, maybe I can't read them until morning. Did you come a delivery guy? I just packed the screen, sure. What else was to stay at home? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, thank you. Well, no one came in, so no one should die tonight. Oh, there's the papers. Today the world was built anew, and in the basement mushroom grew. It towered high, and time is nigh to eat it whole if one would try. To welcome guests is not for strong. The mushroom stands tall and long. Under the tree of apple you can rest. She'll feed you with her sweet fruits best. The day will come when one must kneel before the mushroom's mighty peel. While on the clock, the hand shall climb. Make haste, my friend, there is no time. It makes me think there's gonna be a bomb dropped on the city. Blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, and they're gonna talk about the origins and how they're not aliens, but something else. And how we can get cigarettes. Hey man, how you doing? I don't want to go there. Go where? Doesn't matter. You wouldn't get it. Okay, 1 point. Cheers, buddy. You've been doing great as all. Okay, hope you feel better. Girl still in here? How you doing? You accept what happened? What do you mean? I saw the time. Can I watch cartoons? I think their numbers. I don't know what you saw, but I think your dad is dead. Your dad might not be coming for you. I don't know what happened to him. What did he look at? He was good. Sorry, I don't remember. That's just wailing again. You do for it would be worse to let her believe a lie. She has to learn and accept the reality as soon as possible. Sorry. There's something in the basement. Have you gotten the lumberjack? Is that the guy who's like, we'll kill him? Ooh, mushroom. I have a mushroom. I want to eat it. Can I eat the mushroom? Hey, kitty. Let's see if we can invite the girl's friends. 277245. I'm calling him Varmint. Is that the guy? Hello? Hi, would it be okay if your dog came over to play with her friend? Our little girl, she died. Maybe she stays in the kitchen, has a beard. Yeah, I think we got him. We had to. What? You didn't believe me. Every sign matched up. My husband insisted. She was a visitor. You hear me? Every single sign was saying so. I knew her inside out. That's how I was able to notice the signs so quickly. Everything matched. As soon as I told my husband, he dealt with the visitor right away. I wanted to kill him myself at first, but eventually I realized that was never our daughter. My husband helped me understand that. Now I regret that we never asked that invader what she did to our little one. Sorry. Don't call her again, please. No friend for the little girl, huh, my kitty? Well, Pepperinos. Okay. Well, I already forgot not to check people, which kind of sucks, but... Alright, I don't think there's anything to do but just to go to sleep, man. Wait, what about the mushroom? I ate it. I ate the mushroom. Maybe the mushroom will grow out of my body and I'll become a mushroom god. I'd like that. The thing talked about eating it, so I ate it. Nothing can harm me while I have a mushroom in my belly. It's the middle of the night. I don't like this guy. Yeah, I have one. You should leave. I don't like you. I'm not letting you in my house. No. You can... I don't like you. I don't want your sweat in my home. Can I come in and rest a minute? Where did you come from? I don't remember. Doesn't really matter. I'm very tired. Just pass out under your window there. Is your friend sick? He's my husband. He's dead. You can't give him a proper burial. There's no point in letting him go now. Sure, I guess. Kitty, I just let a woman and her dead husband in my home. Oh, it's this guy. Yeah, you can come in. I like you. Come on, you can come on in. Yeah, thank you. I don't know who, but maybe. I feel so bad for this lady because her husband is dead. Oh, thank God. Oh yeah, and then the lady with the bugs in the ears. Ugh. The hooded clothing. How this is great challenge me, so I had to do the lockdown corpse. Oh yeah, this corpse disposal. Okie dokie. How's everybody doing? How you doing, bud? How you feeling? I don't feel like you're a bad guy, you know? Hey man, how you doing? Hey buddy, what's on your mind? What's going on with you? And your business buddy, back off. Just tell me what's going on. I can't. You don't look the same at me. It's not like you're doing me a lot of good. I had a dog. She died a few days back. And I killed her. What? I don't know how I know how it sounds, but let me explain. She was suffering. I couldn't watch it anymore. Day in, day out. Saw the torment in her eyes. Heard her whimpering, crying. Because that fucking car. If that cabbie hadn't driven it, maybe she'd still be here. Oh. Oh. You know, you can stay, man. No, I get it. Ooh, vocals now.
I like chocolate.
I like chocolate. Why are my eyes angry? Hello? Hello? There we go. How you doing, sweet cheeks? Doing okay? How am my mommy? Looks like the conversation's over. Okie dokie. Well, I think everyone in the home right now is good. Okay. Oh, right. Alright, beer time. Beer time. I have 4 beer left. I wonder what happened if I just slept through every day. You know, I just went to sleep. I didn't do anything in the day. I let its course run through. I'm sure there's an ending for that, of just drinking yourself through the whole apocalypse. Alright, hello? Bring back the ones you took. You know, in position to make the demands. Oh. What? A little, I don't think it actually matters, but the calendar changes each. Yeah, I noticed that. I'm stupid and I forget to look at things daily. It used to be my hometown. How long will all this continue? Let's do our job. We have the situation under control. I only have like 2 people. No, I'm done. And the view behind me, that's what happens to stubborn assholes. You resist and it'll happen again. Oh, man. Oh, I didn't find her. I don't know where she was sitting. Oh, she must have been in the storage closet. I hope she didn't leave her dead husband with us. Yeah, kitty. All I care about is this cat. I'm not talking to you. I don't want... No, fuck off. So what is it you want? Death influence is strong here. What's happening in case brother trespass here? Let them protect them. She puts the husband in your tub. Oh. So they're gonna stay in my house no matter what? Kitty! Keeping your distance, huh? Yeah, I like you. Who are you? Why aren't you indoors? Just as I bring order. I like this guy. I don't think he's bad either. I just think he's doing what he can. So why are you here? Oh. Let's take it. They know what they're doing. They've got their ways of spotting visitor signs. You should. Why would you bring them up? Suspicious. I've got someone I need to check on. I'll be back later. You've piqued my interest. Okay, bye. There. Much better. Oh, howdy. My lovely wife and I are looking for a safe place to weather the storm. Would you mind if we crash here only a bit? Oh. He is also sad at time. The guy with the gun. You're trouble, doesn't help. Sooner than another. Soon, right, honey? I don't really know how to explain it. Haha. Big house, a little out of the way, no noisy neighbors. Can your wife speak for herself? Of course she can. Honey, will you say something? She's really tired. I'm sorry. Come in. Come in. You're like a couple. Look, I just don't mean it to be difficult. We just can't stay with a kid around. You should leave then. I gotta keep that girl safe. I promised the guy in the last one that I would keep her safe. The gun guy, yeah, that makes sense. Good afternoon. You're watching the news on tech. Yeah. Bleeding gums, yep. And then the cult. Okay. The cult. I'm handing him over to FEMA. I think this is my plan. Hey man, how you doing? What's going on with you? Here you go. Here you go. I don't have a third one though. Is that guy still in my bathtub? No. Armpits. Ew, I'm gross. I'm gonna clean up. Want to be all clean. I'm all clean. Ears. Yippee! Alright. What is today? Today is the World Thank You Day. Oh, that's unfortunate. We have 12 minutes till Dragonlance. Let's see what ending we can get. Was there another mushroom down here, right? Oh, fuck, I forgot to check it. Hello? Greetings, my boy. Did you forget about me? Didn't notice the hint tucked away in the Book of Smiles. I was just wasting precious time with you youngins, kids these days. Was I not supposed to eat the mushroom? I sense the energy here is stagnant. Something very bad is developing within. The sun and Leo in the 5th house. I see it all so clearly. What? Okay. Thank you for dumping all of that on... Okay, and... okay, sure. Cleanse my house of the mushroom spirits, but they're in my tummy, so... Not much you can do about that. No, what's haunting me is the mushroom, or what's changing me is the mushroom in my tummy. I don't care. I said that last time. I keep forgetting what I say last time. No, no pale man, stop it. Oh, it's simple. Let's give it a try. But first, you alone? Not alone. Fruit bat. But you can have them. You can have them. You're there, yes. The feeling is worse now. Is that because of all this destruction? Do you need some help? I already got help. I just feel weaker. My sight can't reach as far as it did before. It's probably not you or her. That happened once before. Everything at the beginning. Everything will be fine. Newly grown stalks will break through the ash and the sky. Ash and reach for the sky. I don't understand what you're saying. Goodness, I do not wish to scare you. Simply thinking out loud. Before I came to you, everything felt so clear. Now it's like a fog. You have a basement, yes. Something's there beneath the soil. Though I can't see what. Do I need it? Goodness, I can't think clearly. Though in the soil, I see one would think. Don't jump. Not yet. I should rest. Time to look at my basement again. Yeah! Lumberjack man. I love the pale man. I like the lumberjack guy. Lumberjack guy and old grandma. I'm gonna find here your town. I just need to rest my bones. Yeah, come on in. Where's your weapon? I had a rifle. I passed out, snatched it while I was sleeping. Oh, was the guy that... Alright, come on. Wait, who do they want me to kick out? Wait, who do they want me to kick out? Does it say in their character thing? My favorite guest is the tall man. That's valid. Cause like... That was very valid. Who does he not like? I was gonna quickly just skim. I am good at skimming and not reading. He was a cultist? Oh yeah, I'll kick him out. Yeah, fuck him. Fuck the cultist, man. No sweat. Oh. Is this the kid from the lighthouse game? He's not asleep. He should be. Or your parents. Parents? Don't have any. Never did. Are they something we need? What are you looking for? Wrong smell. Wrong voice. Sorry. This house is wrong. Bro! I think that's the kid from, the lighthouse game that I played. Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. What's the game called? I forgot what the game's called. Hold on. Spooky lighthouse game. Static Dread. I think that kid is that kid a reference to Static Dread? I want to know now. Hold on. Raincoat Child. Yeah, he is from the game Static Dread, a character who... Yes! I knew it. I knew it. I knew it, kitty. I knew it. I've been playing more horror games, and I like that the indie devs, they like each other, so I get to see the someone smells like someone died. Fuck! Still at large. Stray dogs. And then this gross skin. Oh yeah, and then, yeah, the 3rd degree burns. Alright, who died? Who died? One of the cultists died? It's on your mind. What's going on with you? Alright, I know we're good. So this is a human. Did you do it? Armpits. Alright, you're good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Is anybody else in my house that I'm forgetting about? I don't think so. Oh, I need to go to the basement. I go to the basement. Come on, kitty, let's go basement. Can I dig? Oh shit. Can I dig more? Looks like I took all my energy to dig. And I have dirt in my nails now. Excuse me, don't mind me. I have 4 things. Oh fuck. Can I clean up? Does cleaning up take energy? I think it does. Damn it! Okay. Oh, the equals 0 means okay. Individually is a visitor. I gave them both the FEMA notices. Maybe that's not gonna help though. Oh man. Oh, it opened all the doors. Damn it. There's a lot of little ghost lights in my house right now. At the door, the cat is unbothered by the door. Hello? Where are the people you took? Cut the bullshit, the world's about to end. Keep playing games and we'll take everyone in this house. What's the point of the agency if nothing you're doing is working? I'm out of patience. I'm not arguing with you. Either we break the door down and clear the whole damn rat's nest, or you hand over 2 people right now. I don't have anyone. I'm not handing over anyone else. It's too hard for you. For us, how do we check the district when there's nobody living in it? Alright, then goodbye. Bye, asshole. You get D. Let us not waste time. How fare my flock? Won't give a damn. I've got my own shit to deal with. We're all dead. Took our only chance from us. Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye. I'm burning all bridges. This playthrough, I'm burning all bridges. I'm back. Try to find someone I mentioned. No luck. But I went through a few houses. The place is crawling with visitors. Did FEMA give up on this town or just this block? How do you spot it? Hell, same way you do, I bet. The TV, radio spell it out for us. One sign's enough to put him down. I don't hesitate for a second. Since I'm here, tell me, do you know the stocky guy who wears a blue denim jacket? He's got a kid, little girl, not sure how old. His wife, well, fuck the wife. His house burned down. Haven't seen him since. When the girl made it out, your guy's dead. His house burned down. Show me you're not one of them. Any part of you will do. He got a gun. Fuck if I care. We'll both go down shooting then. Not my teeth, not my hand, my ears. Show ear. What? Did I die? That was one of the things, though. You hear a madman behind the doors, spitting furious words with raw aggression. I guess I could have done my eyes. You can only wait, hoping nothing will happen. The haze of rage in his eyes and of an armed man is more terrifying than any visitor. That was a false. There's false ones? Oh shit. You hear his shallow wheezing. Bastard, he got me. And how many more has he slaughtered? How many has he burned? Like that broadcast was fake? Thought he'd gone quiet. You probably check. Yo! Whoops. Oh, damn. People like you killed my friend. People like you will never let anybody live in peace. Damn, brother. It's only the ear one that is fault. Fuck! His mind's damned by insanity. And now I've lost everything, but you still have something left to lose. I'll crush you. God damn! I'll drive you deep into the ground. I'll drown everything in your blood. Damn, bro. Every bastard with a weapon in their hand dies today. As the neighbor that is... I know, right? Every last... Like... The friend was our friend. The daughter died because of a strange entity, but... Damn, that was not the ending I thought I was gonna get. That's crazy. We'll play more tomorrow, that's for sure, because I gotta go to D&D. How many... Wait... back. I thought that was this one. Oh, it's this thing. So we're missing. Oh, damn. We still have like hella people that we haven't like been introduced to yet. I like this kid's from Static Dread is very cool. I don't know who this person is. I presume he's another one. He looks like the brown wizard from Lord of the Rings. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I have to go play D&D now. But I had a lot of fun. Let us go raid into Havoc, where you can see me play Dragonlance. But I love you guys very much, and thank you guys for hanging out with me. Like I said, we'll be playing more tomorrow, so I hope you enjoy as we play that. But for now, alas, I will bid you adieu, and I will see you tomorrow for Halloween. We will do... So, the plan tomorrow is we have a D&D one-shot that I don't know if I'm really prepared for. Then we're gonna play, I think, like a round of No, I'm Not a Human. And then we're gonna watch TikTok. So if you want to send me TikToks, feel free to send them to me in the content copy in the Discord or directly to me on TikTok. But I love you guys so much. Thank you for hanging out. Bye everyone. Bye Fruit. Bye Star. Bye Cat. Mwah. I love you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye bye.